Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson out today. Stoney is in.
Hey, Doug.
Yes.
You think Brad Holmes is combing the practice squad list of teams to poach some players, like a running back per se?
So it's interesting because you put on the sheet you sent over this morning that there are some interesting names that are being floated out there.
Yeah, and I want to know what you think of them.
I was looking forward to hearing what those names were.
One is Michael Carter, used to play at North Carolina. Remember him?
Yep.
Now with Arizona. Former Lion for a short period of time, Xavier Knight. Current Chicago Bear, and I believe he played at Houston at one point. Royce Freeman, played at Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest name of the lot, Dalvin Cook.
Okay.
Or are you better off with, going with what you have, which is Reynolds, Vaki, and maybe even promoting Jefferson from the practice squad?
Well, you can still. Are all those guys currently on practice squad?
Yes.
Okay. So, what I mean, the problem is if you grab somebody off the practice squad, you have to activate them.
Right.
You can't practice squad a guy to your practice squad. The way I understand it. So,
well, you can put them on the 53. They don't have to be active for that.
Right, but they have to be on the 53-man roster. So, but you can't put them on the practice because players in the practice squad have to get elevated before they can play. So, it really comes down, would you rather have Jamar Jefferson or one of these guys? Because you're down a running back, so would you rather have Jamar Jefferson? I'd probably rather have Jamar Jefferson. Okay. Probably, because he's been here, he knows the system.
Right.
What I think is more likely is they just sign a free agent off the street and put him on the practice squad and activate Jefferson.
Right. It's like, because you hear the name Dalvin Cook and you look and he's got like 8 carries for the Cowboys, 2.5 yards a carry. And 2 years ago, he was still really, really good, but that was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
His younger brother was looking pretty damn good on Sunday.
But here's the thing, Stoney, and I know that you are more doom and gloom than anything right now. And the one thing I think happened yesterday, and I might be wrong on this, and people can say, well, it's not how it was for me, but I watched this thing change. The tenor of everything changed when the David Montgomery injury got announced.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm here to tell you why that isn't the end of the world. While it sucks to lose David Montgomery, and it's not a good thing to lose David Montgomery, the running back spot on this roster is more than fine without one of your top 2 running backs.
Without Knuckles?
Yeah. I would argue that the Lions were better prepared to lose this running back than any other team in the league is prepared to lose their running back. And I think, what is the date here? So there's 3 games left in the regular season. I think on December 17th here, I feel pretty good about the Lions about to unleash one of the absolute best weapons in the NFL. They had the luxury of being able to spell guys, keep them fresh, use them for different skills. But Jahmyr Gibbs currently is 6th in the NFL in yards from scrimmage. Okay, so
that includes catching the ball out of the backfield too.
Running in and catching it. And here's the thing about Jahmyr Gibbs. These are the 5 guys he is behind. Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Bijan Robinson, Alvin Kamara, and Josh Jacobs. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Saquon Barkley is number 1 in the league in yards from scrimmage. He plays 72% of Philly snaps. Derrick Henry plays 55% of Baltimore snaps. Bijan, 73% of Atlanta snaps. Kamara, 70% of New Orleans snaps. Jacobs, 66%. You get to Gibbs, 54.3%.
And it's been rising the last couple of weeks.
He is playing less and yet is pushing these guys for one of the top spots in the NFL in yards from scrimmage. On top of that, out of all those guys, he has the highest yards per touch. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, when you catch the ball out of the backfield, but there's no reason you can't keep just throwing it to him.
Correct.
He averages 6.4 yards per touch. That's more than Saquon, Derrick Henry, Bijan Robinson, Kamara, who catches it a lot, Jacobs. It's more than all of those guys. I think that this is an elite weapon, and that there is a legitimate question, but there's two things that can work against him now. One is he's going to take more hits.
Correct.
And that takes its toll. But he does have a little bit of that Barry Sanders thing where he doesn't take a lot of direct hits. A little bit, because he's got elite speed, and those guys can avoid hits. That's one. The other challenge is how much are defensive coordinators going to change the way they approach the Lions with Gibbs taking now 70 to 80% of the snaps like all the rest of these guys do? Do they find a little bit more kryptonite when they're only preparing for Gibbs and not Gibbs and Montgomery?
Maybe. The other thing is, the one thing I kind of thought there were times that they should have both been in the backfield together. They didn't do that enough in my mind, but their offense is still great, so it does, shows you what I know. But that's one aspect that a team doesn't have to worry about because they didn't do it that much.
So they'll continue to not worry about it.
Yes, yeah, exactly what I'm saying.
So it's not really a factor.
They're not going to defend. It's not that all of a sudden they have to go from a 2-back, set to defending a 1-back set. It's all pretty much the same. They might have to, position their players a little differently because Gibbs is going to go more outside. The only thing that bothers me, and I you're right, I don't think it's going to drop off that much, except for every once in a while the wear and tear, he'll need a little rest. Look, Gibbs has been okay with it. He hasn't been, but the whole pass protection, Montgomery was pretty damn elite at that.
Well, that's maybe where Craig Reynolds comes in.
Yeah.
Or Sione Vaki comes in. Here's the thing about Craig Reynolds, too. Craig Reynolds, in his time in Detroit, has averaged over 4 yards a carry, well over 4 yards a carry. He has been effective. Now, again, he's not David Montgomery, but I think there is not a position on the team where they could get away with an injury as much as it was running backs, because Jahmyr Gibbs has all the makings of being an elite offensive weapon that now there's no governor anymore. Like it's put the pedal down and let your guy go.
That is true, but you would at least admit that their running game is not as good as it was 48 hours ago.
Probably not, but again, that's only because the running backs stay fresh. Gibbs is he's a better yards per carry. He's better as a receiving threat. Like, I think basically what's happening here is they are now showcasing the better of the two backs. And I'm not dismissing Montgomery. Montgomery's awesome. He's incredible.
So they don't have that back now where if it's a short yard situation where he gets tackled, but he's not going down. Because how many times have we seen the physicality of Knuckles just, keep going, legs going, arms going, where he gets 3, 5, 6, 7, even more breaking a tackle, extra yards. That aspect is going to be missed. Now, Gibbs getting the ball on the outside goes boom a lot faster, right?
Jared Goff has told us in the past that they were on the same offense with Gibbs and Montgomery.
Yeah, I know.
And so I don't know that, to me,
I'm just saying on those type of plays.
Gibbs is still averaging. There are plays that Gibbs is in there where they don't get as well blocked, and he's still averaging more yards per carry than David Montgomery.
That's true.
And it's by 1.5 yards.
Yes.
I like your point, Doug, because, on the outside looking in, of course you'd rather have both of them. But there's no doubt about it. The more explosive running back and the more of a game changer, game breaker of a running back is Jahmyr Gibbs.
No doubt.
And I don't want to use the term like handcuff or leash, but they are taking the handcuffs off now. They are unleashing Jahmyr Gibbs because that's all they got. They have to go to him more, and they do run short yardage with Jahmyr Gibbs. It's not like he's incapable of doing it. You'd rather have Montgomery doing it, no doubt about that, but Gibbs can do it. And not only can Gibbs get that short yardage, now that short yardage may be a 70-yard touchdown run all of a sudden.
The thing is, too, it's not like they're asking him to do it for a 17-game regular season and 4 games in the postseason. They got to, hey, look, it's your show for 6 games. You're going to take more hits, but it's only 6 games. And cumulatively, like I just mentioned, his snap count being relative to the rest of the guys are at the top of the league in yards from scrimmage, he's 54.3% of the snaps. Derrick Henry's 55%. That's the only one that's close. Everybody else, 72, 73, 70, 66. He's taken less wear and tear up into this point. So he's ready for it. They're about to unleash an elite weapon.
Yeah, it may sound crazy, but the running game may have just got more explosive because of necessity.
Yep. Now Ken, you've got some stuff too as to why this isn't doom and gloom. Do you want to do it after the break? Should
Sure.
we do, okay. Why it's not over. We'll get to that today at 12:17. Then more of your phone calls. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Twin Peaks has a massive Tuesday in store for everyone. For starters, it's Ladies' Day, and all you female sports fans out there, they feature 20% off all food, half off all wine, $4 and $5 seltzers, cocktails, and shots, or try their bold mimosa flight or bucket of bubbly. And to make this Tuesday even better, your favorite Twin Peaks girls decked out in their finest snow bunny attire. If you held out on buying some presents, you won't want to miss their special VIP party today. Purchasing a $100 gift card gets you into a private party featuring complimentary hors d'oeuvres and cocktails with chances to win autographed Lions memorabilia, TVs, and more. You even get something back for yourself. With every $25 you purchase in gift cards, there are perfect gifts for family, friends, and colleagues. So why not give them a chance to experience the best game day atmosphere in the state? I don't know why you'd want a gift card to enjoy the Northern Savages anywhere else but the ultimate man cave setting. Be sure you are there today between 6 and 8 for your chances to win, and mark your calendars for Saturday as they have a dynamite pay-per-view with a highly anticipated rematch, Tyson Fury versus Usyk. That's all coming up, 2 p.m. start time, so make sure you're there early. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Mike Stone is in. Glad to have you here, Stoney.
Pleasure for me to be here. Thank you. I'll be here tomorrow with you as well. And then Thursday, Friday, and I think the next 2 weeks in the old haunts in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah. 4:45 wake-up call.
Healthy
From my
dose-
alarm. Not have anybody call me.
Healthy dose
Mr.
of
Stone,
Stoney.
it's time to get up.
Yeah. This is your wake-up call?
If anyone would do that, though, it'd be Mike Stone, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Right? Get a service to call him and
Oh,
wake him
sure.
up. Does it, Mike? Does it ever Is it like riding a bike? You know what I mean, to that wake-up call, because you did it for so long, doing it in the mornings.
Yeah.
Is it a little bit? Okay. Because that's rough for a
The
lot.
difference between this shift and the morning show, the wake up, the alarm would go off at 4:47. Okay, for here today was 7:11. Get up, have a coffee,
A little bit of difference.
do some research. Yeah,
Yeah, I've never had to do an extended morning show, and I don't really want to do an extended morning show. There was some talk at one point about I filled in for a week, long time ago.
Yeah, I
and
remember that.
I asked the host, I said, "Oh, how long does it take to get used to this?" And one of them said, "You never do."
you never do.
And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't think I want to do that.
Well, especially because you live far away.
I don't live close."
Right. For me, it was 12 minutes. Basically, drive with my eyes closed.
All
Which
right.
is, by the way, which we don't recommend. And if you've ever seen me drive with my
Not
eyes
sure we
open,
needed the
that's-
addendum, Stoney. I think most people know it, but thank you nonetheless. All right, so I gave you a reason why I think the Lions offense is going to be fine without David Montgomery. It sucks. It was great. The truth is, no team in the league had two running backs like that. And quite frankly, I think they're getting ready to unleash an elite weapon on the league. And Jahmyr Gibbs, who hasn't gotten the run as Saquon Barkley, hasn't gotten nearly as much run as Bijan or Kamara or Jacobs or all the guys that are at the top of the league in yards per scrimmage. He's at 54. He's less than 55% of the snaps played. Derrick Henry's at 55. Everybody else is north of, Jacobs is 66, Kamara 70, Bijan 73, Saquon 72. Kang's got a point, too, why it's not over, people. In spite of the obvious injuries and the obvious setback.
Yeah, there is some glimmers of hope here. I think you made a great argument for the offense and the running game, Doug. You know, that is still the elite side of the ball, guys. We all know that, and they're going to be leaning on them more. I think what people are skeptical and fearful and just are down and negative about right now is the defensive injuries, and I totally get it. Ali McNeil, Carlton Davis, those are big blows to the defense. So to make myself feel better, I started doing a little bit of research. Said, okay, how bad of a defense can you have and still win the Super Bowl, right? So I went back a few years. And I don't want to go back, 10, 15 years. This isn't your
Relative
father's.
to modern football.
Where the trends are right now. So I went back like 4 years, okay? Since 2020, right? See who were the Super Bowl champions, where was their offense, where was their defense. Let's just go back to last year. The Chiefs won it, of course. They actually had a very good defense.
Yes.
They were a defensive team last year. They had the second-ranked defense. This is points allowed, by the way. The second-ranked defense in the league. The ninth-ranked offense. Still a top 10 offense. They obviously have Patrick Mahomes, but a great defense. So, that is maybe the outlier here, though, because the next four Super Bowl champions are the Chiefs also won it in 2022. They had the number one offense in the league. They clearly leaned on their offense. Their defense, 16, okay? Literally average.
Middle of the
right?
pack, yeah.
Middle of the pack. The year before the Chiefs won it, 2021, the Rams won it. The Rams were tied with the seventh best offense in the league, so top 10 offense still. Their defense, 15.
Even with Aaron Donald.
Exactly. They were still giving up points, but guess what? They leaned on the offense, okay? And in 2020, the Bucs won it. Offense was the third best offense that year. The defense was the eighth best defense, okay? Still a top 10 defense, don't get me wrong, but the gap is there between the offense and the defense. The offense, can carry you through the playoffs and ultimately to a Super Bowl, which we know the Lions have the offense. It's the defense we're concerned about. Now, I get it. Right now, the Lions are ranked number 1 in offense in the NFL and number 7 on defense. The defensive numbers will probably change because they've lost some defensive players. But can they hold? Can they get the timely stops? Can they get the third down? Can they get the opponent to kick field goals instead of scoring touchdowns? Red zone defense is going to be huge now. I still think they can, and because their offense is so good, you mentioned all the things with Gibbs, Doug, and we already know about Goff and J-Mo and St. Brown and Laporta and that old line. It's not impossible, people. This league has become offensive, and you can lean on that side of the ball. And if you're ever going to lean on it, wouldn't you want to have this type of offense?
Yes, and you know, but you make a good point, and I'm still not going to shift off my percentage, but that's irrelevant. Another point is the whole Ben Johnson, and I'm not saying changing schemes or anything like that, but when you watched Buffalo, and I'm thinking more of JMO, where they would run this, whether it was Shakir or whatever, they'd go in motion and they'd go the other way, and it's almost impossible to defend. There might be more wrinkles that he can come up with like that to, even make the passing game even better than what it was. I think JMO is going to be used more now than he was.
Well, we know Gibbs is.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Jeff in Birmingham, you're on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Doug, I want to clear one thing up before I make my comment about why it's not doom and gloom.
Okay.
Doug, last week I made a call to you guys. I was talking to you, and at the end I said, okay, man, and then we hung up. And then you said, did he just call me babe? And I didn't. I had a cold and I was nasal, and I think it came out okay, band, like that. And you go, did he just call me babe?
That's really funny. I remember that. And we were like, we're not sure, but he might have. We never went back and listened, but that's great, Jeff.
No, I said, okay, man. That's what it was. Anyway, all right.
Cool.
No, so apparently it takes a Buffalo Bills caliber offense to beat the Lions by 6. Okay? So, just because our defense is now weaker, which it is, doesn't mean that offenses who are clearly inferior to the Lions, every other team in the league is inferior to the Lions offense, can do it, can score as many points as the Lions can. I know that's a simplistic analysis, but Buffalo did not slaughter us.
No.
We almost beat them.
Well, hold on.
That
game was not as close as the score indicated. The Lions scored with 12.
I get that.
Okay, and here's the other thing, and Doug pointed this out. All right, Chicago. What did Chicago do to the Lions' defense in the second half of that football game?
They really started to slice them up. The Lions. I think the numbers are like 24 defensive possessions, 12 touchdowns allowed, 2 field goals, 1 field goal, 1 missed field goal. Like, they haven't been forcing punts. They've been taking on water here for a few weeks.
Right.
And I think it's really important that they go out and have a much better game against the Chicago team to kind of just settle everything down.
Okay. I have one more point. Am I still on?
Yeah, you are, babe.
That's a first. No, the Lions had so many elements on offense that were excellent. It was almost like an embarrassment of riches, and you didn't know who to emphasize and who not to emphasize. That losing one excellent player, Demo, is not going to really matter. It might now would have to, like Stoney said, emphasize JMO or more to Laporta, or even what's the other other tight end, Brock Wright.
Mm-hmm.
We have so many elements. The offense is going to hump. What I'm worried about a little bit is the offensive line.
Yes, I was just going to go.
them?
I was just going to go there. I think Ragnow is really playing more banged up than he should be playing, and his play has shown. And he took it. He spoke about it after the game. The offensive line has not been stellar the last 2 weeks.
No, I like their track record.
Oh, yeah.
I think they can get back to what they do best. And in fact, because it was not a good rush defense by Buffalo, I think that's more falls on the Lions. I think they didn't play well. I don't think Buffalo did anything, didn't scheme up anything.
They made Ed Oliver look like a guy that I would have drafted ahead of T.J. Hawkinson.
248-539-9797. You still do it, right? Should have drafted this guy.
Well, I did it, TJ, because you were a big T.J. Hawkinson guy.
I was a big T.J. Hawkinson guy.
You just love Iowa football.
Yes, that's what I get accused of all the time.
Purdue, yours is Purdue. Well, I used to always sit there in Michigan. They're just Iowa. And then last year could basically shut me up.
We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh. Gator out today, but we got Mike Stone in, which is always a pleasure. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls in a moment. Look, some people are freaking out. People are freaking out over the injuries. I just think they went from being a really strong Super Bowl favorite to now merely a Super Bowl contender. They got chances like everybody else. And I kind of get a feeling like the Lions all along were fallible and they were capable of losing and they were susceptible to poor performance and injury. But they were portraying themselves as a team that would just steamroll bad teams and beat good teams, no whether it was home or on the road. And I said a bunch when they were on the winning streak, Stoney. I said, when you're on a winning streak, you feel like you're never going to lose again. And when you get on losing streaks, you feel like you're never going to win again. And it was so intoxicating that we wanted it to be true that they would never lose again.
Right.
But it wasn't realistic. And what was always true that they were starting to get us to question is, what's always true is winning a Super Bowl is hard. It is hard. And that was always true, but they were making it look like it was potentially going to be easy. And that probably wasn't the reality at all. And so when they were putting up 52 on the Titans and winning at Green Bay and winning in Minnesota and winning in Houston and all these big wins, it still was true that it's hard to win a Super Bowl. And this is just, this is an example of exactly why it is hard.
There's no doubt. And it'll be, like I say, Herculean task.
I think that's an overstatement.
Okay.
I think they just need to go out and be better than the I mean, obviously, they need to be better than the teams that they're playing.
Yes,
but
let's score one more point than the opponent.
But I don't think it takes a Herculean task for them to win in shootouts. I think their offense is better than it was a year ago. And quite frankly, they were having a Super Bowl caliber performance on their way, and then they had a terrible half where they did some completely out of character things.
Mm-hmm.
Completely out of character.
Absolutely.
And yeah, they just lost to a team that's one of the favorites in the AFC to make it to the Super Bowl. They had to score 48 points, right? And I know that the defense softened up a little bit to allow the Lions to score some of their touchdowns at the end, but they still had to score them. Mm-hmm. And it's not like the Bills wanted it to be a 6-point game, I'll tell you that much. The defense concerns everybody. These injuries are not ideal. But I still go back to that Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes has built such a strong culture here, this coaching staff, that it's not necessarily plug and play, but there's a mindset there where, you know, when the Patriots had guys that you never heard of playing defense, but they played their position, they did their job, they played the scheme, they played the game plan, and they were able to beat other teams.
But usually they had just a couple.
Well, you know, the Lions still have Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch, who are
their safeties are
Pro Bowl, All-Pro players, right? Now, you want to talk about the front four, I get it. Yeah, you're going to need a Pat O'Connor, a Mohammed, a Nowaski, or whoever to step up at some point.
Martin.
Yes, Anzarike,
right.
all those guys.
My concern is I didn't think they were a great defense. Their defense was better than I expected most of the season, but they were a great defense. So when you take a defense that you lose your best pass rusher, your best interior lineman, your best linebacker, not to mention some of the other guys like Rodriguez. I mean, they're too deep. When you look at it, it's I just
the guys are coming back. Anzalone will be back. Derek Barnes might be back.
Anzalone, I think, will be back.
Carlton Davis could be back if they stay alive long enough.
Right.
Well, Fatu Melifonwu's coming back. Emmanuel Mosley's coming back.
Amik Robertson can step outside, by the way.
Well, you bring up Amik Robertson. Birchie, we go to 971theticket.com, wrote a great article about Amik Robertson, and he's a very confident guy, like most cornerbacks are. And he's quoted here, when you go against the number one guy, certain guys bow down. I don't bow. I want the smoke. I'm an ultimate competitor, man. When I go out there, I want to go against the best. I just go out there and be myself. Don't think too big. It's still football. I'll be out there, be me, have energy, talk my shh. You know what that is. That's just what I do. Like I always tell them, they're going to have to kill me. They're going to have to kill me to stop me. That's my mentality.
Well, he's wired correctly.
Yes, 248 for this team especially.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Gage next on 97.1. Hi, Gage.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
So So I just wanted to get on and tell everybody that we're going to be okay, because what did Dan Campbell say in his first press conference in Detroit?
You're going to knock us down, and we're going to get back up. And you're knock us down again, and we're going to get back up and bite your kneecap.
Yep. Hutchinson was the first blow. We came down, we bit a kneecap off. We won 5 in a row or 6 in a row. And then Anzalone went down, and then we won another 2 or 3 in a row, and now the rest of these guys got hurt. So it's just the next blow that knocked us down. And now the next time it's going to take more shots to get us down.
I hope you're right, man. I hope people say, Stoney, you had little faith. You shouldn't even be able to go to the parade. I would love that. I want to go to the parade.
I am on board with the ban Stoney from the parade movement.
No, I should have my own freaking float.
Gage, thank you for the phone call. We go to Dylan next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Dylan. Dylan, are you there? Dylan.
Yeah, hi, how are you guys?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much. Me and a couple of coworkers are going back and forth on this, on the onside kick decision. I don't agree with it, and they made a good point about the time, but, I mean, you got to trust your defense somewhat. Someone's due for a pick, someone's due for a forced fumble. Like, I don't see why we went for that onside kick so soon.
Okay.
I mean, what are you guys' viewpoints on that?
All right. It was certainly controversial, and I told Gator, because I was sitting next to him at the game, I said, I don't have a problem with it. And people are thinking I was crazy. Here's why I didn't have a problem with it. The percentages of recovering that onside kick is of roughly, 7%, they say? So that's what everybody shoots at you. Oh, you have to do, it's only 7%. Why would you do that? There's 12 minutes left in the game, yada, yada, yada. Okay. If you're going to play the percentage game, I'll play the percentage game back. Percentage-wise, without using actual percentage, but just conceptual, most of the time in that situation, if you don't recover that onside kick, especially when you saw what happened, but in that most onside kicks, Buffalo would have recovered the ball at the 45-yard line. Chances are Bates would have kicked the ball in the end zone if we went deep, bring the ball to the 30. So the 45 was the plus 45. So you're talking, was it worth a 7% chance to give up 20 to 25 yards? Yes, because your defense couldn't stop anybody. Nobody thought that Hollings was going to make this unbelievable play. If that was part of anybody's equation, you're A, lying, and B, of course you wouldn't do that knowing that they'd end up at the 5. But you're talking about only giving up 20 to 25 yards. Hell yeah, it's worth a shot.
Yep. I mean, I don't know. That was just my viewpoint on it. And then now you have the O-line has been a little questionable, and Monty's out, and Monty's been a good pass blocker, and Gibbs is not as good of a pass blocker, so that's another issue now.
Well,
thank you.
Dylan, thanks for the call. Don't be a complete unknown.
I will tell you that Dan Campbell has said, I have some regrets about some of those decisions. He admits that there are things that he wish he didn't do. I mean, he was like, even Costa asked him, if you're going to onside kick at 12 minutes, why not onside kick at 8 minutes? And he's like, yeah, I probably should have.
However, maybe one of the reasons he didn't was, I didn't know this, Justin Rogers, who me and Birchie do the podcast with, Detroit Football Network, find out what your podcasts are, told me that in this stupid-ass rule, you can only do an onside kick twice. So by doing it, if you would have done it at 8 minutes too, then they wouldn't be able to do one at the end, which they almost recovered.
Yeah.
So maybe he was saving one.
Why would they limit the number of onside?
I don't know. I'm just going by Justin Rogers. I never checked to see. I
don't know if that's 100% true, because I've seen it both ways, Stoney, on that call. Yeah, where they limit it, but then other people have said that's not true. We don't limit it.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to double and triple check this. This might be one of the worst beats of all time.
Oh.
You know the whole bad beat thing?
Yes.
We'll get to that coming up next. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, a workout clothes on your Christmas wish list? Then you need to get some Michigan-built gear from Showsome. Go to showsomerespect.com and start shopping. Remember to use the discount code Doug at checkout. Showsome adds stuff every day. Now, I love the long sleeve T-shirt. I work out in that all the time. It fits great. It's high-quality stuff. Got some for my wife. She loves it. So spend your hard-earned money on clothes that, quite frankly, is the best out there. You deserve the best. Show some respect. Work, encourage, to compete. Again, go to showsomerespect.com. Use the discount code Doug at checkout. Showsomerespect.com. SHOSUM respect.com. Okay, this according to Bleacher Report betting and other places, but
this is unfreaking believable.
David Montgomery got injured last week against the Bills, as you all know. And as you all know by now, it turned out to be a season-ending injury. So he's done. The numbers are in. If you bet the over on David Montgomery rushing yards prior to the season, if you thought he was going to have a big year, and you took the over, that total was 775.5 yards, over or under. With the injury, David Montgomery finishes the season with 775 yards.
That could be the worst bad beat ever.
Now, if you bet the under,
Well, that's the whole thing with their whole segment. It's bad beat. You know, there are for
there's
every
another
bad
side-
beat, there's a good beat.
There's a
Good win,
miracle
though.
win, yeah. But that's incredible. I'm going to guess more people in Detroit are optimistic about their players and they bet the over. So if you did bet our sympathies, half a yard.
So this is considered a bad beat because you're right, because for every bad beat there's a miracle win, but this is
Right.
a bad beat miracle win because it was a for sure thing. Going into the game,
Yes.
he only needed 5 yards. You know his final stat line for the game against the Bills was 5 attempts and 4 yards.
Oh, I'm fully well aware.
So that's why this is considered quote unquote a bad beat.
Yes.
It's a miracle that if you had the under, you got this going into that
That's
game.
incredible.
And this even goes away from the Vegas always knows theories, because Vegas didn't know he was going to get hurt.
Nope. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Lou is in Birmingham, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Lou.
Hey, how's it going?
Good,
Good.
Lou.
One thing, I don't know how one game changes you guys from we're winning the Super Bowl to Super Bowl contenders. Just one game. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
But the
no,
other thing I wanna talk-
it's three more injuries. Your best interior
understand, but-
lineman, your
but we-
best defensive back, and arguably one of your two best running backs. That's how it changed. It wasn't the loss. I would have felt the same
Right,
way if
but-
they would have won the game.
But we've been losing players like that all season. I mean, it's been and nothing's changed. We're still winning. But the one thing I really wanted to talk about was, you know, I've had this instant automatic replays from New York, like how they changed the St. Brown catch to a fumble, and there was a few in the game.
Right? Yes.
How come that doesn't apply to that last onside kick? There was video replay that showed we had possession of the ball, down by contact, under the pile, before the pile piled on. Why this whole you can't challenge something after the last 2 minutes? They got to change that. But why don't they automatically look at that and say there's evidence we have possession of the ball?
Where did you see that video?
Yeah.
You can look it up. It's clear. They showed it at the very end of the game. They showed one of our players had full possession, laying on the ground on his stomach. He was facing downwards, holding the football before someone reached in and tried pulling it out. It was a side shot right at ground level. Showed you can find it. Matter of fact, if you go back and stream the game and get right towards the end, they show it. So I don't know why that's not something that was.
I haven't seen
come
this.
from New
I
York.
haven't seen how
What-
clear it is. I can't comment on it. I don't know why you can't review it, but I also have not seen this video, and so I have no idea. I just Google searched
In
it.
slow motion is crystal clear that we had possession of it before the cameras
Do you
got
know
blocked
who
by all the
had
bodies.
possession of it?
I couldn't tell because it was a Lions player, but I don't think you can see their number. I mean, if I go back and look at it again and pause it, I might be able to see their face or whatever. But it was definitely a Honolulu blue, black jersey. You know, it was us. I mean, it was Buffalo was in white, we were in black. It was clearly us. I mean, it was
If
clear
somebody
as day.
out there's got it, maybe they could send it over. Kang, have you seen this?
No, I have not.
I saw so many angles.
I never saw a clear one where the Lions had
There
possession.
was
No, me
nothing where you
neither.
could even see the ball,
I
quite
didn't
frankly.
think so. And by the way, the assist from New York or whatever is when it's so obvious before they even get to even review it, which I think they should have on every game, but they don't for some reason.
Yeah, if anybody has this video, send it over to us. But I'm not quite sure that. I'm not saying he's lying, but I think this would have gone viral by now. Maybe it will. Ryan in Dearborn, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, I'm just calling in real quick just to comment on the over-under of the David Montgomery. Even makes it worse is when his last play was a rush, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, of -2 yards. So he actually hit the over, and it went back under. It was pretty heartbreaking because I was one that took the over.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, just ice in the something. What's that thing? Yeah, it's painful. Painful to watch.
Do you know when his last carry took place?
I do not. I was drinking pop and enjoying the game and not enjoying the game at the same time, so I can't remember.
Must have been some good pop.
La, 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 la.
Yeah, I remember losing the bet though when he got ruled out for the season.
So I got his last, looking at the play-by-play, early third quarter, David Montgomery left end for no gain. Then they passed to him a couple of times, and he had some pretty positive games.
Rush for -2.
Let me keep looking here. Pass right to David Montgomery, Gibbs, Laporta, Amon-Ra. We'll have to double-check that, but yeah, that would suck even more.
Yeah, even more. Thanks for answering, guys.
Yep, see you.
I'll look during.
Yeah, this is going to take some research here, but I got it. I'm looking at the play-by-play, and I think the last time he carried the ball was for 0. But that doesn't mean the time before he might have been dropped for -2. He could have gone over the time before. It might not have been his last carry, is my point.
Right.
That had him go from over the season total to under the season total. 248-539-9797. All right, Jared Goff, if you missed him earlier, we'll replay it today at 1:30. There is more from Dan Campbell. Interesting conundrum here with Kang's buddy. You told me about this morning. Your buddy made a bet in Vegas prior to the season.
On his app.
On his app. Sorry, my bad. On his app, and the bet was $100 on the Lions to win the Super Bowl.
Correct.
If he wins $1,200.
Yeah, so it was plus 13, so he'll get $1,300 back, not including the 100 he bet. He'll win $1,200.
What's the cash out?
$200. I know what Stoney would do.
I'd play it out.
Well, of course.
I'd play it out for at least a few more.
What do you mean? You don't think they're going to win, man?
You don't think they're going to win?
No, but I'd play it out. Because I think if they win like next week or the week after, get that, then I think it goes up. I think his cash out would be better. I'd wait a little bit.
But you're cashing out at some point for sure.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
If they win next week, you think the cash out will be better?
A little bit, maybe.
The more they win, the cash out gets worse? Or no, it gets better with every win. It gets better with every win.
It gets
better with
Yeah.
every win.
Yeah.
My apologies. So if they beat, you're going to hold on to it.
Mm-hmm.
But you wouldn't cash out.
No, not yet.
Okay. What did you tell your friend?
I told him what Dan Campbell would tell his team. You hold firm, my friend. You stand strong.
I like it.
He was very shook from yesterday's injury news. That's why he called me and texted me. He said, listen, do I got to cash this thing out?
Well, how important is the $100?
This is life and death, Doug. No, it's not. He was able to afford the $100 bet, so he'll be fine either way.
Yeah, I mean, then I'd let it roll. I'd let it ride.
But you also, you still want to make good, business decisions, smart money. You want to win when you can win, right? So that's why he's asking. I mean, if things don't look good, he's like, hey, I'm up if I cash out now. I don't lose if I cash out now. But if I hold, there's a chance I could lose.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how it works.
I feel like Doug would just cash out because you're up.
No, I'd let that one. I'd let it ride.
Yeah.
I still think they have a good shot. Not as good a shot as they had, obviously. But, I mean, there's a reason why the updated odds had the Lions tied with Philly to get to the Super Bowl. Okay, so they went from being the favorite to now being the co-favorite. I guess depending on which site you're looking at.
But, I mean, a lot of that stuff is because of money, too, right? Like how much they can cash out and
Yeah. Yep.
Did you hear also, guys, that the casinos, there's only one team they don't want to win the Super Bowl?
Oh, that's the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, this is the if they could take them off the board, quote, they would.
That's funny. Yeah, I'd let it ride. And you let it ride.
Yeah.
Stoney would cash out eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But
So, Stoney, if they go on to finish out the regular season, end up with the 1 seed, with the same roster, by the way, all the injuries are still there, you're still saying, hey, they're not going to win the Super Bowl, right? Because of the injuries.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just looking at the feedback on Twitch. Most people don't believe that there is a clear replay of the onside kick with the Lions recovering it. Has anybody texted anything over, Kang?
Yeah, no one sees it. And the ball got kicked, remember? Like it was Turner or somebody came in and
His
like
knee
kneed the
hit
ball.
it,
Yeah.
and it went into the scrum, and you never saw the ball again. From all the replays on the broadcast, that I've Google searched it, and we're getting a whole lot of people mocking him. But I'm saying it doesn't exist. But 248-539-9797. All right, Dan Campbell, if you missed what he told the morning show, there was other stuff in there. We'll replay it for you coming out of the break at 102. Jared Goff 130, 97.1 The Ticket.
By the way, that caller on the David Montgomery bad beat, he was drunk. His last carry was not a negative yards on the play-by-play. Montgomery carried the ball 5 times. First one, no gain. Second one, +1. Third one, +3. And his last 2, no gain, no gain. So no negative carries.
He admitted he'd been drinking.
Yes, I know.
No negative carries. Bunch of no gains, but no negative carries.
Correct.
Okay. And again, we've still not, I did some more searching, still not found this alleged video that our guy called and said that it was. Now, he did not say he'd been drinking.
No.
No. He said there's a video out there where it's clearly a Lions recovery. I will say this. I think if that were the case, we'd know it by now.
You would think, yes, because, the people who always think, oh, the Lions got screwed or this team got screwed, they would have the evidence, combed over like the Zapruder films.
248-539-9797. All right. Well, let's start with this because Dan Campbell's on this morning. And he was asked about the injury. Now, this is the long one, right, Kang? No? We got the short one? Okay. He was asked about the injuries. And this is where he really got people fired up. It got to the point where I heard we all heard the interview live at 8 a.m. By 8:30, Mike Greenberg on Get Up on ESPN this morning was saying, we have been told that Dan Campbell went off on a radio show in Detroit. We will turn it around as soon as we can. And sure enough, they did, and they were able to play it. And Adam Schefter retweeted it, and a whole bunch of national media are all over it. The NFL, hasn't the NFL actually retweeted it? The league itself.
Yes.
Is it with the video of Jim and John, or is it just the audio?
No, it's the video.
Okay. All right. So they ask him about, are doubts creeping in because of all the injuries, and he does this whole, look, it's tough. You get this many guys hurt. These are guys you go to battle with. These are guys in the locker room with you. You're putting your heart and soul into it, and they're gone, and it stinks, and it's really, really difficult. But then he wanted to let everybody know, this is what got everybody talking, that they were not giving up. How about that? How about that? Now, look, words don't win you games, but words set tones, okay? And you'll hear what Jared Goff had to say about it a little bit later on. But, yeah, the fact that the head coach has that much belief and that much passion, I mean, this is one of the things that he is so good at, is relating to players and getting the best out of them. It is not impossible that they win the Super Bowl. It's not.
No.
It's become more difficult.
A lot more difficult.
They got to find another gear. But I think they just simply went from being a very we were all very comfortable with them being a team that was going to win the Super Bowl, probably too comfortable. When the reality was it was always hard, but we were probably too comfortable with it. Now they're just in the pack. They're one of the contenders. And one of the contenders is going to win the Super Bowl. It's just not as easy to see it being the Lions as it was beforehand.
No, it's not, especially for me.
Losing Montgomery could potentially mean nothing. I mean, I would love to have him. But they're about to unleash Jahmyr Gibbs, who is in the top 6 in the NFL in yards from scrimmage, playing 54% of the snaps. Nobody else has a ratio like that. The guys in front of him all played more than him. Now, giving Derrick Henry just a little bit more in terms of snap percentage, but definitely have gotten the ball more because out of all those guys, he averages the most yards per touch. He is one of the most dangerous weapons in the NFL who now is going to get unleashed. Kang pointed out the offenses carried teams to the last 5 Super Bowls, not the defenses. Some of them had good defenses, but some of them had very average defense.
Well, last year, the Chiefs, I mean, as good as Mahomes is, it was their defense that won the Super Bowl.
But that was the outlier, the last 5 Super Bowl winners.
Exactly.
So, you can do it with a team that this year's offense is better than last year's. This year's special teams is still better than last year's. And last year's team came dangerously close to going to the Super Bowl. It took some uncharacteristic behavior to keep them from the Super Bowl. So defense is going to be challenged.
By the way, we think last year's special teams was better. Badgley made a very big field goal in the playoffs.
We think this year's special teams is better.
Yeah, well, you think. I'm not so sure because last year Badgley did come through, and also last year they had Khalif Raymond that they don't this year. So I'm not so. And and they had Dorsey, the best gunner in football last year. So I'm not going to sit here and break down special teams. I guess I am, but I'm not going to sit there and say that
what
this
year's. What was Badgley's long?
What'd you say?
What was Badgley's long?
Didn't he kick either a 48, 40, whatever, the game against the Rams? Right. He kicked that big field goal.
Yeah, he did kick a big field goal.
Yeah, it was in the 40.
Bates is 5 of 6 from beyond 50. Okay. And he has also kicked big field goals.
I know.
And the return game, look, God bless you, but the return game isn't what it used to be.
All right. But I'm not convinced. You might, kicker, maybe. I'll give you that. But if you're going to look at the other aspects of the special teams, I mean, Jack Fox is just as good this year as he was last year, right?
Kickoffs still come out to the 30.
I know.
So maybe in the punt return game, it's a step back.
Yeah.
I think they're better.
Okay.
Suffice it to say, I don't think it's over. And obviously, Dan Campbell doesn't either. Here's more from Coach Campbell this morning. Why didn't the run game get going against Buffalo with their problems up front? Okay, I got to tell you, the run game, I think it is a priority to reestablish that this weekend. And Stoney, I'm not chesty anymore, right? I'm not super over the top confident in this team at this point. I think they're in the mix now. They've come back to the pack. They're in the mix. I think it's a requirement to get the run game going this weekend.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah,
absolutely. And hopefully, outside, cold, all that kind of stuff, they're going to have to be able to run the ball a little bit. And it's going to be a good test to see if Gibbs can take some pounding because the Bears do, despite what you saw last night, they have a pretty good defense.
All right, more from Dan Campbell this morning. How do you make up for the loss of David Montgomery? And it was a great question at the end where he, again, got fired up. We'll get to all that straight ahead. Jared Goff at 1:30. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Michigan's largest legal newspaper reviewed all the law firms in Michigan and called Michigan Auto Law arguably the best in the business. There's a level of care that comes with a Michigan Auto Law attorney, more like white glove attorney service. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Karsch. Stoney's in for Gator today. Hope you're doing well. Look, people have been spending the last couple days lamenting the injuries. We just played Dan Campbell's approach. You heard what he had to say, the head coach of the Detroit Lions. And, of course, wanted to get the run game going. We played that as well. Here's more from Dan Campbell. Obviously, Losing David Montgomery is a blow. I've made the case as to why. Of all the positions where they could most absorb an injury, it is running back because they have an elite option. Most teams don't have 2 running backs. Like, I'm not sure Kansas City even has 1. Philly's got 1. Baltimore's got 1. But most teams didn't have the luxury the Lions did. They've lost that luxury. Gibbs is an explosive running back. And I think now, out of necessity, he may get unleashed on the league. But how do you make up for the loss at number 5? Here's what Dan Campbell told the morning show. You know, we've talked about Gibbs a ton today. Craig Reynolds has never averaged below 4 yards a carry in his time in Detroit. And
how many carries?
He has 42 in his career spread over 4 years.
Small samples.
It is. Not a lot has been asked of him, but it's like not a lot is asked of Vaki, and Vaki's well below 4 yards a carry. I mean, so he's an interesting option, and I think the fact that this is his 4th year in Detroit helps. You know, he knows what to expect. We know what to expect from him. Kang, your guy Vaki though, like I know you didn't want it for this purpose, but it's going to be intriguing to see if he fits in at all. Like, because they weren't running Reynolds, so I don't know why they'd run Vaki if Reynolds becomes the 2, but it might be they use him in different situations.
Oh, the truth? The truth is ready. You know, he's got the legs of LaDainian Tomlinson, the voice of Fergie. He is ready to step in on any role you need. Even defensive back, we already know that. He played a lot of safety at Utah. But seriously, though, Vaki and Ben Johnson, this is like a Swiss Army knife, right? Ben Johnson I'm sure he has some packages ready now that they kind of have to elevate everyone a little bit.
The Vaki package.
Exactly.
I actually am more intrigued about him than I am about Reynolds.
Oh, I am too. I think we know what Craig Reynolds is. He might come in there in short yardage situations and things like that. But as far as someone that could possibly make a difference as far as, breaking some runs and things like that, I think Sione Vaki. But you just heard the Campbell cut. Gibbs is going to get a bulk of the carries now moving forward, as he should.
Yep. I mean, they're asking him to do it for what we hope is 6 games.
Yeah.
And it's not a huge ask. He's got less wear and tear than all the other top backs in the NFL.
Yep. And we all agree it's better to have Reynolds than try to get somebody off a practice squad like Royce Freeman, Dalvin Cook, former Lion Xanavian Knight, or Michael Carter, just to name 4.
Yeah, if you take someone off somebody's practice squad, you have to put them on your active 53-man roster. Yes. And, I mean, they could do that because David Montgomery will be taken off the roster. But it feels like the more prudent thing to do is just elevate Jamar Jefferson. He'll probably play special teams and then sign a guy off the street that becomes your practice squad
probably,
back.
Yeah.
But those are interesting names.
Yeah, and Brad Holmes has done masterful things before.
And the funny thing about it is, not that it's been great the last couple weeks, but the offensive line, you put somebody out there, they're going to see more daylight than in most places.
Right. Well, that we always talked about that this whole team was built on basically on the foundation of this offensive line. And the offensive line, for whatever reason, has certainly not been top 5, let alone top 2 or top 1 the last 2 to 3 weeks. And they got to get their, collective heads out of their and start playing football.
Also, Stoney, a small sample size.
That's the truth. Exactly.
Okay, sense of urgency. What's the sense of urgency going into this stretch run? Here's Dan Campbell. You know what I love? The way he started that, it almost sounded like when he said urgency, I promise you will not be an issue. It almost felt like the way he said that. And if you think it's going to be an issue, I will drive over there and kick your ass. That's the way I took it. Can we play the beginning of that again? Mm-hmm. Doesn't it sound like that? It's almost like, say it again. I dare you to say it again.
Well, we know what it says on Dan Campbell's wallet. He is one bad MFer.
Hey, a movie reference I actually understand.
That's right.
Pulp Fiction. Jules Winthorpe?
Winfield.
Winfield?
You were close.
I was close.
Winthrop is my fictional chauffeur that's been going around for 2 decades.
Is that the guy standing outside the studio this whole time?
Winthrop, yeah.
Nice guy.
They're very proper gentleman.
Always Winthrop. Always look for them for a big upset in the first round.
That's right. Need to pay attention to. All right. So anyway, that's the best of what Dan Campbell had to share with the morning show. But hey, I just want to mention this real quick because it's worthy of the mention. I happened to watch last night's Piston game. Wild.
Well, unbelievable.
A wild game.
I was watching. I got to say, I fell asleep on the couch. Evan texted me because we do the Restore the Floor podcast. He goes, they're like actually looking good. Then he texts back, and I'm still asleep, so I didn't get it. He goes, forget what I just said. Then I woke up and saw all of overtime. And I said, wait a second. They were up by 19.
They were up by 19 in the fourth quarter.
There were 8 minutes left in the game when they were up by 19.
So Miami charges back with a lot of help from a very stagnant Detroit offense. Turnovers, bad shots, everybody watching Cade. And Miami forces overtime. And then in overtime, I got to double check this. Miami scored the first 8.
Yes, and then Tim Hardaway hit 3 straight threes.
And that was all the scoring in overtime. Is that right? That was it.
I think it wasn't. Oh no, Cade was fouled. They had a foul to give, and then Hardaway throws the ball away. And I thought, oh great, they're going to lose.
Pistons are up 1, like 10 seconds, 8 seconds left, whatever it is, and Hardaway throws away the inbound pass.
Yeah,
and Tyler Hero takes a ridiculous 3 that goes in for him because many of his threes are ridiculous. Hardaway hit 3 shots, bang, 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 and they erased an 8-point deficit.
But what I don't understand for the tying one in regulation, I mean, foul. There was 5. You're up 3. Hero's got the ball. You foul him, so he doesn't get off at 3.
Well, keep in mind that they were out of timeouts, but of course you were asleep. They were out of timeouts, and they had to execute like the last 3 minutes. They could have set something up or could have told their guys from the bench, but they didn't. They were out of timeouts for like the last 3.5 minutes of regulation, and they needed. They're still really young and really inexperienced, and that's where it shows.
Yeah. Well, you know what I got out of, especially when I was watching, before I fell asleep, and then I went back to watch a lot of it. I mean, small sample size. Are we seeing something with Ausar Thompson and maybe even Ron Holland that, oh my God, I understand what they're trying to do. These guys look like they might be really good.
I just hope that they keep this core together long enough to see it blossom, because I really think it can. They're just so young.
The only one that I'm kind of disappointed in is Duren. He just doesn't defend, and that's an issue.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're not all going to hit.
No, and look, they've won 11 games so far.
I feel like 5-6 years from now, wherever these guys are, there are going to be some players mixed in.
Right. They won what? They've won 11 games so far.
11 games, yeah.
Okay.
They're so frustrating to watch. But then they actually pulled it out somehow. Yeah. I couldn't believe it because last year they wouldn't have pulled this out. That's the reason why they were instead of 11 games last year, they would have only had like 3 wins at this point last year.
You think Spoelstra wants to come to LCA ever again? The first time he screwed up, he called a timeout he didn't have. They lost that game, and last night he loses in an 8. They make a great comeback, and then they lose an 8-point lead in overtime.
I think he probably wants to play every game here based upon the team they'd be playing.
Well, I think Tyler Hero wants to play every game here. That guy is amazing at LCA.
All right, Lions quarterback Jared Goff. You hear his thoughts on all the injuries, people saying they can't do it. Who's going to make up for the loss of Montgomery? All that straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh. Gator out, Stoney's in. So, we've talked a lot about the Lions trying to get back on the track here a little bit, make up for the losses, figure out a different path. It's not going to be the path that we thought likely. What's amazing is I've talked at length about the pendulum of luck. This team has had no luck. Like, seriously, a lot of these injuries I chalk them up to bad luck.
Oh, well, that goes with my theory that this team is and this franchise is cursed.
Yeah.
Which is different than SOL. SOL, I think, is dead. The curse will continue until they get to the Super Bowl.
Well, is it? I don't know. I mean, it's the application of the term curse.
The reason I use the word curse is not that somebody put a curse on them, but anything. I don't have to sit and go through the whole resume of all the bizarre freaking things that have happened to this franchise, including guy dying on the field, twice the longest field goals in NFL history. Just go on and on and on. The fact that this many injuries to key people at one time is part of the curse.
I mean, I guess the one thing is, if anybody befalls any bad luck before the Lions play him, I'll give you an example. San Francisco has had terrible luck with injuries. Ayuk is out. Christian McCaffrey is still out. Trent Williams is hurt. His status is unknown. 7 off their defensive 2 deep they're banged up, and that's a game that the Lions have to win next week.
Right, but they've been to Super Bowl, so I don't think they're cursed.
Yeah, but they haven't won one. Okay. And they have won one, but this recent 49ers run, they have gotten to the Super Bowl, they haven't won it. Philly, Jalen Hurts has a broken finger right now. Saquon went into the tent Sunday. Landon Dickerson left the game with a knee. And it doesn't appear that Saquon came back into that game, and Jalen Hurts finished the game and said so afterwards. Patrick Mahomes, what's his status with his ankle?
He said today, actually he spoke today, that he feels better than he did after he had that ankle thing against Jacksonville last year or whatever.
Okay. All right. And so now the Lions, they've had some guys go down. The weird thing is they're going to have some guys coming back. And Carlton Davis, that hurts. But I think if Fatu Melifonwu goes to safety, Brian Branch bumps out to corner. Alex Anzalone, he should be back in the next couple weeks.
He should be back for the playoffs, right? I think he's done for the regular season.
They haven't ruled that out. And you know what else they haven't ruled out is Derek Barnes. I can't find any reporting on Derek Barnes. Birchie, ask him about Derek Barnes today.
They're off today, I think.
That's right. Tomorrow.
Yeah. I always thought that he was pretty much done for the year.
This is what everybody says.
Yeah.
But there's no reporting that says that.
I know.
So I can't figure out what the hell's going on with Derek Barnes. But there are guys that are obviously done for the year. Rodrigo's done for the year. Lane McNeil's done for the year. Hutch maybe returns for the postseason. David Montgomery done for the year. But there's other guys that are kind of vague. And so, suddenly you start getting some guys back to populate your defense. The latest from Derek Barnes comes from November 13th. He said he's not ruling out a return this season.
Oh, good.
Yep.
But don't forget,
that's forever ago.
Just because you get guys back, and granted, the opponent, doesn't mean it's going to be ultimate success. I mean, I was pretty pumped up that Pascal and Onwuzurike were coming back last week, and that didn't do much.
So I mean, again, it's not even about you're trying to put your best 11 out there, right? Mm-hmm. And if Derek Barnes isn't what he was, but is he better than Ben Neiman? Because if he is, that's an improvement. Is Pascal better than El-Quadin Muhammad? Because if he is, that's an improvement.
True.
So, look, we're measuring a banged-up Lions team against teams that aren't necessarily destined to be the best version of themselves. I think we saw the Buffalo offense. It is currently operating as the best version of itself. The Buffalo defense looks like a mess. But offensively, they look like the best version of themselves. And they have for about 2 months.
So basically you're saying that the Lions have to be the Buffalo Bills the rest of the way because Buffalo's defense, a mess because part of it is because of the injuries they had in the secondary.
Yeah, I don't know this to be a fact, but I bet this is true. Buffalo scored the most points in the last 2 weeks and given up the most points in the last 2 weeks.
I would assume so, yeah.
In fact, I'm almost positive that's true. I'd have to go back 2 weeks ago and see if anyone else has given up 40 spots in back-to-back games.
Probably not.
Nope. So anyway, I'm not. There are paths. There's still a path.
Look, you're a much more optimistic person than I am in general when it comes to sports.
Mm-hmm.
So as much as I want to believe, and I was, for a while there, I kept saying the Lions were the best team in football. And I still believed that up until, Sunday.
And now?
Now I think they have a 10% chance to win the Super Bowl.
Your math wasn't working earlier, but yes.
I know. I'm not going to go through everybody's percentages because it went over 100%. And that's, by the way, which is one of the pet peeves I have as far as sports vernacular.
What's that?
Announcers, fans, players. I'm going to give 150%. You can't give more than 100. It's physically impossible, right? Isn't it mathematically impossible?
Well, this is true. Let's go to Rick next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Doug, thanks for taking the call, man. Can I preface my comment? My comment's going to be regarding injury, but I want to say, people are acting like Jesus came to town on Sunday. Here's the deal. The Bills have lost 3 times, okay? There's tape of D guys, D coordinators, who found a way to get it done. That's number one. They're not undefeated. With regard to injuries, okay, obviously the NFLPA is letting the seasons get extended. Mm-hmm. Boomer's basically assured that there's going to be 2 more games in a season, okay? These people are paying hundreds and hundreds and thousands of dollars for tickets to see the Stars play 30% of the season because they're hurt? But the word injury, it's nauseating. You hear it on ESPN, print media, radio. It's injury, injury, injury. Instead of talking about the great plays and all this, you're going to have more injuries with an extended season. We don't need to hear the word injury. Everybody knows it's getting, like I said, the word nauseating.
Well, don't you believe that attrition is part of who's going to help, who's going to win, or who's going to lose at the end?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
definitely. Okay, and they're talking about, okay, do we sit Mahomes out so he's healthy when the playoffs start? So me as a season ticket holder spend the thousands of dollars to renew my increased price tickets, okay, so I can see Goff come back to play the first game of the playoffs because they got him playing 25 games a season. Nobody can sustain that.
Well, I made the NFL my chump of the weekend because the season, in my estimation, is already too much about attrition. This is getting to be – we never cared because we were never in the mix. We just didn't care. And I talked about it for years, but it just didn't resonate with Detroiters because why would it? Now that we're in the mix and we've got a bunch of guys hurt, yeah, I'm pissed off that there's a 17th game. I don't want an 18th game. I don't want an added round to the playoffs and all these things that are getting proposed and talked about. Who said there's going to be 2 more games? I never heard 2. I only heard 1.
Yes. Boomer Esiason alluded to the fact that it's basically a done deal. There's going to be 2 games added on to the regular season.
I think 1 more. It'll be 18 total. They're not going to go odd again.
But you got to add the playoffs. When we're talking about exposure for these guys' bodies and car crashes from linebackers, they can run a 4.6, right?
Yeah, but
we got to talk about.
It's like you know what? It's America. It's corporate America. People don't care about the injuries. They care about money.
100%.
It's in every walk of life.
But they're making the game worse for it. Like I understand. Like if I were the commissioner, we'd be back to 16. I'd say
100%, Dougie.
I agree. Let's up the quality of the football,
right?
Not the quantity of the football.
We all agree to that. There's no doubt about it.
I can't say that my life has gotten appreciably better because of a 17th game. I don't go home at night and say, whew. I mean, I love football. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But the 17th game, and it's awkward.
I know.
It is awkward. It has nothing to do with anything, but it is awkward.
They're going to make it 18, and they're going to be 2 buys is what they're going to do.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us at this time. Hello, Rico.
Are you guys talking about the upcoming NFL schedule? Hello, guys.
Hi.
Hello,
how are you?
Yeah, this caller called up, and he's irritated that they're adding more. There's a possibility they're going to have more games.
I'm with you. The 17th game has not made or broke anything in my life. I think it's one of those. It's the second bowl of ice cream. It's that extra slice of pizza that just kind of makes you like, yeah, I probably should have stopped. I probably didn't need that last.
Wasn't good for me.
Yeah. That's what it seems like. I know people are like, oh, you can't get enough of football. Actually, you can.
Yep.
I think that it has a saturation point. And, I mean, because if your team is in it, you just want the playoffs to start.
Right.
If your team's not in it, I just want to get to my draft pick.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit here
And hope that guys don't get hurt.
right, like, okay, so now we're going to add another week, which means the season's not going to end till after Thanksgiving. I mean, after Valentine's Day.
Right. Well, they're gonna do. They have the Super Bowl the Sunday of President's Day, and that's gonna be because the national holiday the next day.
Okay,
which is fine.
That would be the only saving grace because at least that means you can stay up night. Because
You
I've
know-
never understood why you don't play the Super Bowl on a Saturday.
You can accomplish that without adding games.
Right. you absolutely can.
But why? I've never understood that. Play it on a Friday
By the
night
way-
or Saturday night.
So you're a betting guy. Did you hear about the bad beat with David Montgomery?
No.
The over/under yardage for David Montgomery for the season. What was it? With
775 and a half.
He ended up with 775.
Mm.
Could you
The
imagine
injury.
betting over? You think it's a lock?
Can you just put
You
him
need-
out there and push him forward?
You need 6 yards. You need.
Well, think about it. They carried him at one point this season.
He got what, 4 yards on Sunday? You going into that game there? I need 5 yards. I'm going to catch
this.
my.
No problem. Have a great show, Rico. Stoney, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yes.
Thanks for filling in. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Aiden Hutchinson joined Taylor Lautner's podcast and made a bold statement. ESPN MLB insider David Schoenfield is predicting that the Tigers land free agent pitcher Jack Flaherty again this offseason. Red Wing goalie Alex Lyon has been cleared to play. The team is back in action tomorrow against the Flyers. Derek Lalonde is unsure who will start in net, though. Oakland and Michigan State basketball will match up again tonight at Little Caesars Arena. MSU favored by 16.5. Both teams haven't played in 10 days. You can hear the game over on the Bet 1270 at 7.
And Kenny Cott will be there as well.
I noticed you wore your Oakland hat yesterday, not today. That makes kind of sense, right? Michigan State hockey swept the prior number 1 team in the nation, Minnesota, last weekend. Isaac Howard scored a pair of goals and an assist, which earned him the Big Ten's first star of the week. Per Bob Nightingale, Max Fried has passed his extensive physical, which makes his 8-year deal with the Yankees official. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And a good afternoon to everybody. You know, David, that music doesn't fit the mood of the day. It just doesn't. I mean, I love Nat King Cole, but this is festive today. People, we have a lot of ground to cover, including the ridiculousness of the audio you heard from Aiden Hutchinson. Yeah, you're not coming back. Thank you, though. Thank you for putting that out there and making our life a living nightmare for the next 6 weeks. As every half-drunk fan bumps their gums saying, Aiden said he's coming back.
It's possible.
Yeah, okay. It's also, well, we'll get to that. We're also going to get to Dan Campbell. We're going to get to the Lions because I want to reset goals, and I think there's a way we can all keep our sanity instead of having a Super Bowl argument. I want to have a different argument. But, David, I'd like to open the show with breaking news. Is that possible? Maybe. Breaking news from 97.1. And David and Kenny, I'm very surprised. I know Rico doesn't check his email. Dave, did either of you guys get the email?
No, I didn't see the email, no.
Okay. Well, congratulations are in order. Our very own Rico Beard has been selected by the Black Caucus and the Urban League of Detroit. Rico will be getting honored tonight at LCA as his crested quarter zip will be brought to the rafters. It is Founders Night tonight at LCA, so if you're going to MSU in Oakland, make sure to give Rico a hearty handshake. This is a big night. There's going to be a presentation before the game. They will be raising Rico's crested Q-zip to the rafters at LCA before MSU and OU tonight. It's marking Rico's contributions to high school athletics and college athletics in the state of Michigan, and he will be joined with several of his notable fraternity alumni tonight. It's just, Rico, I'm proud of you. I know you're very shy about it. I know you're shy. I know you don't really want to be in the spotlight, but this is big. This is a big night tonight. So
congratulations, Rico. Congratulations.
Exactly. Happy Founders Day.
Don't do this, David. Don't. I knew something was up. He sends me these cryptic messages like, huh? What? No.
I'm so happy for you, man.
Congratulations.
Yes. I'm going to be the opening tip. I'm going to be throwing the ball up in the air. Yes.
They're putting Rico's crested quarter zip into the rafters along with George Blaha's 3-button jacket from 1992 and Johnny Kane's toupee.
I got nothing.
This is a
huge
big
moment, man.
This is a big night tonight. This is a big night at the LCA. MSU, OU, and Rico Iglesias Beard honored pregame. Black Caucus, Urban League, Founders Day. Rico, I just listen. I'm proud of you. Really happy for you tonight. I mean, true or false? You're leaving early because of this. True or false?
You know what? That's still up in the air. I
don't
true. Know. No.
David, why would Rico have a car service to LCA tonight?
Well, I just want to know if they're using the crest as the alternative logo for Michigan State tonight.
Honestly, you know what? They are wearing black jerseys tonight.
See? You know why? Somebody was up in EL at Big Chief's office trying to get a uniform request for tonight. It's Rico Beard. Founders Night. This is actually, they should change the name of this series, MSU and OU. Mm-hmm. It should be called the Founders Trophy. Brought to you by, can't name Rico's fraternity. But It's a big night. We're pumped up for you.
Or how many founders. But you know what? Let's just roll with it.
Just go with it, man. Pumped up for you. They're putting Special K's old man glasses right up there in the rafters tonight.
They are going with thank you, David. They are going with the black jersey. So
why wouldn't they on Black Royalty Night? What other color would you wear? Or is this where you want me to play the NC State helmet drop?
Oh, no, that. I mean, you know.
Now, serious note.
I've seen you hang out with TJ.
Wow. Unbelievable. No, serious note, because we will get to the Lions. But, guys, I have updates galore. I've got the latest on what's going on in New Jersey. I think we figured out what's wrong with Jerry Jones. We've also got one of the saddest things I've ever read regarding the Tigers. So we have a lot of other stuff, but the Lions definitely are going to take a big part of the show. But here's my question. You said this in Crosstalk with Doug, and I want to know if it's serious. Kenny's going to the game tonight? He hates OU. He graduated from there, but he hates them.
I told Rico if he got me like a Michigan State, like a T-shirt or a hat, then I'd happily grace the LCA with my presence. I need to wear some green, though, man.
So hold on, just so I'm clear. You went to OU, you're rooting against your alma mater. That's how deep it runs with Campy?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, him and Evan.
Wow.
No.
Oh, him and Evan just said slanderous things about me yesterday. But
Evan didn't go to OU. Evan didn't run the radio station the way Kenny did.
You know what? You're right. You are right.
I will be spite watching that game.
Kenny's in the Oakland Hall of Fame.
Somehow I doubt that, but okay.
They don't want me, believe it.
So hold on. Kenny, you're not going to go on a night Rico's being honored. You're not going to go to watch your alma mater play Michigan State in what should be, Rico's going to be a sellout tonight?
Probably close to it, yeah.
I know they have the fraternity section. There's going to be an entire section of founders.
I mean, it's Rico's special night. Lay the 16.5. I'll go, for sure.
Kenny, I'm being serious. I think it's important you're there tonight.
Yeah, I'll go. I have no issue with it. I'm all about supporting Sparty tonight and our friend Rico here on his very special evening.
Now, Rico, are you allowed to bring a white guy to the game tonight? Or is that against, founders' policy?
It's not against the fraternity policy. There are white guys in the frat, so Kenny's more than
We cannot
available.
confirm that. So listen, this
Kenny's
is
actually
exciting.
cooking for us.
We got a good show planned for you. But yes, if you see Rico tonight, shake his hand. It's a big night.
Or
Rico,
just
are
watch
you wearing
the game.
Are you going to wear the crested Q-zip down there tonight?
No, I am not.
How could you not wear it? They're raising it to the rafters.
Because once they raise it, you can't wear it again. It's like a retired jersey. It's done.
But
It's
those aren't
it's
real
over.
jerseys. The
It's
Pistons
over.
have already organized this.
No,
they
it's
have
going, it's going right up there with Pistons greats like John Sally and, it's
Kelly Tripucka.
Right.
They're going to put
Corleone Young.
They're going to put Rico's Q-zip right up there next to Judd Bushler.
There you go.
All right, so
The alternators.
Oh boy! But listen. Nobody likes college basketball more than you. You are amped for this tonight. Plus, you're going to know 3 of every 4 people in that building. You know both coaches, both staffs. Hell, you probably had dinner with one of the players' families pregame. This is a big night for you. This is like your Super Bowl in essence.
No, Mike, I only like a night like this because I get home a lot faster than driving back from East Lansing. And it's always fun because a lot of people in Detroit don't get a chance to make it up to East Lansing.
Is there an after party after the ceremony?
No. Yes, we're all coming to your house, Mike.
Good luck. All right, so I wanted to have some fun. So exactly, hosted by he's on one today, buddy. Trust me. He is shot out of a cannon today. Listen, I have dealer's choice, and I'm leaving it to you and Kenny. David doesn't get an opinion because I know what he'll answer because David's mean. Do you want the latest on what's going on in New Jersey, or do you want What's Wrong with Jerry Jones?
I see in the show sheet I'm probably taking a stray on this one, so I'll take the New Jersey thing. I just read what you wrote there, Mikey.
Kenny, you are not supposed to be in the sheet. All right,
sorry.
It's like looking for your Christmas presents. Stay out of there.
I have not
ruin
looked
Christmas
at the
morning.
I have not looked at the sheet, Mike, but
You aren't going to believe it. I want to know if you believe it, though. We'll do it next. We'll get a football today, bottom of the hour. Lions are definitely going to be a huge part of the show. I just wanted to give it a little breathing room. We did 4 straight hours yesterday. It's emotional. I've settled on something, though. I come to you in peace today. I come to you like one of the 3 wise men with some frankincense. I am offering peace today. I think there's a way we can all move forward with less consternation. And yes, we're going to talk about the Aiden thing because I think it's totally and utterly irresponsible and ridiculous. If you believe that, that's cool. You don't need to say it on a pod. You don't need to put that in people's heads because then we got to clean it up. God, I can't stand stuff like that. All righty then. We will get to all of the business. And don't worry, Kenny, we're talking Jerry Jones later. Don't you worry. We'll do it later. 97.1. All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more. How? It's all in stock. How do you cover 26 football fields with that amount of product? Because moving product is their business. They ain't making money holding on to it. Some of it's as low as $1.59 a foot, and you go, oh, okay, smart guy. What the hell am I doing with Trex decking in December? Glad you asked. It's called getting on their schedule before the spring rush, saving money before the price increases, and get intro to a Trex Certified Pro so there's nothing to think about in the spring. Your deck is done, and you get to enjoy it. It's that simple. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the Lions at 3 o'clock. Lots to discuss. I think I have a way to broker peace. Also, Las Vegas's reaction to all of your injuries. And I think the Hutch thing is a complete absurdity. So if you're going to peddle that here, I just encourage you to call a different show. The guy was limping into the stadium Sunday. Yeah, you're not playing in a month. But thank you for that. Just take care of yourself. You have a all-pro career ahead of you. You have a $200 million contract. You know what I don't want to watch? Hutch at 60% as the emotional leader snapping his leg in half like a pencil. I'm good. We'll get to it at 3. Rico, you asked the question. I'm going to give you the answer. But first, ticket texts. What do you have, David?
Somebody guarantee Kenny a hot bowl of raccoon gumbo, and he's all in for the game tonight.
I don't think that's available at the concessions.
Is it true that the Pistons are also retiring Rico's quarter zip this week? So he's getting retired by OU and the Pistons this week, someone said.
Yeah, it's really a house award. It's like when the Miami Heat retired the fan
It's just
jersey.
everything, yeah.
Yeah, it's more universal. Like they put Elton John in the rafters. That's Rico's crested
So when the
Q-zip.
Wings play there, they'll see the zip up there. There you go.
Yeah, it's right next to Ted Lindsay. Lindsay, Del Vecchio, beard. Q-zip.
I hear they're handing out souvenir replicas of Rico's silver bowl to the first 500 fan. That is from Mike.
It's perfect.
I
The old
missed the
cucumber
silver
bowl. Oh, man. That bowl was a real movement. All right. So let's do this. You asked the question. I wanted to do this before we get serious with the Lions. Ready? I need all of you to tell me, do you buy this or not? A New Jersey mayor warned Tuesday that the troubling drone sightings over the state may be linked to missing radioactive material. Although federal officials say the amount poses no serious threat either way, Belleville Mayor Michael Mellum said the drones flying in a grid-like pattern over his Essex County township appear to be, quote, looking for something. What might they be looking for? Maybe that's radioactive material, he told Fox TV's Good Day New York. It was a shipment. It arrived at its destination. The container was damaged and it was empty, Mellum said. The U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission has issued an alert regarding a piece of medical equipment used for cancer scans that was lost in transit December 2nd while being shipped from NASA Cancer Center in Newfield in Gloucester County in southern New Jersey. The device was to be properly discarded, but its shipping container arrived at the destination damaged and empty. The item, known as a pin source, contains radioactive chemicals that I can't pronounce, editorial, which are used in PET scanners to calibrate accuracy. The radiation is deemed less than Category 3 on the atomic energy scale, which means unlikely to cause permanent injury to individual or contain a small amount of radioactive that would not cause permanent injury. News of the equipment caused alarm on social media, and some people are speculating the drones patrolling New Jersey skies are scouring the area for the radioactive waste. Rico, buy or sell? This is the latest on what's going on in New Jersey. Cat Williams.
I'm not buying this at all. Like, this is the best that you can come up with. Oh, well, it's radioactive materials. Yeah, that'll calm people down. We lost radioactive material. Yeah, that's what you want to tell people right before the holidays. Happy holidays and avoid that glowing drum of ooze. Yeah.
Hold on now. This isn't The Simpsons, but yes, point taken. David, buy or sell?
No, I'm selling. I'm selling hard. Come on, man. No.
0 for 2. Kennicott, buy or sell?
I'm going to sell it, but I would love to buy it because it sounds like the beginning of like the next Iron Man movie or something like that happening. I'd love to buy it, Mike, but I'm
Tony
selling.
Stark and Stark Industries is providing the drones.
No,
look,
Mike, no. Kenny, it ain't even an Iron Man movie. This sounds like the next, apocalyptic type of series on HBO or something where, and we lost some stuff in New Jersey and now we've come to the end of days.
Listen, all I can tell you is this. They're not going away. You're not getting an answer. You've got thousands and thousands and thousands of tips on these tip lines. No one's willing to say a word. The government won't cop to it. There's a theory that certain levels of government, there might be 12 people that even have clearance to know what's going on. Therefore, the FBI wouldn't know, or therefore the White House wouldn't know, or 90% of the Pentagon wouldn't know. I'm just telling you, like, if this was some kind of like Rico Beard alien attack fantasy, I don't buy that. I think clearly they're testing something. I think it's data collection. That's what I think it is. I think they're testing these things to see what data they're collecting off the ground. Do I think they have payloads? Do I think they're, strapped with bombs? No. But I just feel like, look, in the end of the day, the government doesn't care about us, Rico. They don't owe us anything.
Correct.
They've already made that much abundantly clear. So it's just the idea of maybe they're scanning for nuclear. I mean, New Jersey's got like 9 nuclear sites. Maybe it's just a test before they send them overseas into one of their far-flung wars that they're in that we don't even know about. I don't know, but I can't
do you
stop.
have to
The story's
lie
too
to
good.
us? Yeah,
yes.
lie. Come on.
Yes, they do.
That's the thing. Like, I'd rather you just simply say, you know what, it's top secret. No need to worry, but it's something top secret. Okay.
Oh, the old, we know what we're doing, we promise?
Yeah. Guys, we know. Quit calling. This is just a test. It's like the fire drill you had in school or the EEA system that we run here on the station. It's just a test. Don't worry. Go back to your regular.
Yeah, it's not a real
program.
bomb.
Right.
This is just a test.
Right. That's where I'm at. But yeah, because that calms the fears. Well, we kind of lost some stuff, but don't worry.
Okay. Hey, listen, I wanted to provide the latest and greatest before we go down the Lions rabbit hole. People, if you're not obsessed with the story still, respect, not mad at you. I am. I can't get enough of the New Jersey drone story because it's completely absurd. Mm-hmm. The idea of thousands of these things flying over the state of New Jersey. I mean, come on. From on surface, imagine if this were happening locally. Imagine if they were centered around Metro Detroit. Are you kidding me? We'd be talking about this every day.
Yes.
Yeah. It's unbelievable to me.
But this is, and for such a gigantic metropolitan area, no answers, nothing coming out. If this were going on in the middle of Nebraska, Iowa, all right, no one would care. New Jersey, New York, like these gigantic drones, no big deal. Well, we lost a couple things. Drones are just trying to help us find them.
And again, this happened just yesterday. A New Jersey pilot claims his drone spun out of control, lost power, and completely died as he directed it towards one of the drones flying in his neighborhood.
Yeah. To me, this seems like some type of an experiment that only 10 people know why they're doing this. I don't know if this is to see how people react to fear. It could be just that sadistic. Or, you know what? Can we knock out power if we need to in certain areas? That's what I'm believing.
I'm telling you. All right, David, a couple ticket texts, and then we're going to get to business. We'll do a little football today. And, yes, we'll get to the Lions. I just wanted to start with a couple of fun things because, honestly, this Sunday was depressing. Yesterday was depressing. It's the holidays. I can't do 4 hours every day of Lions injury sadness. So I'm going to try to do something decent today and offer a way forward. And it's not going to be lying to you and making you promises like the Tooth Fairy that Hutchinson's going to be back and that everything's going to be okay. No, it's not okay. And even Las Vegas has responded to your injuries in a major way. But we're going to talk about, okay, how do we make it okay in the short term? What can we do to all rally behind it and chart a shorter term goal before we worry about the longer term? That's what I'm focused on at 3 o'clock. David, ticket text.
You guys can laugh at it, but I believe it's true. These drones can sniff radioactive material. I believe it 100% true. That's what they're doing. Jody in New Haven.
But Jody, the problem would be one medical device shipment. This isn't a squadron of warheads. That would be the issue I have with this. You mean you would cause widespread panic for one piece of medical device equipment, standardized nonetheless.
Yeah. Brought to you, yeah, and trust the people who somehow lost this equipment to say, no, but it's okay. But it's powerful enough that we got a bunch of drones scouring the state. But it's just one thing, and don't worry about it. Yeah, everything about that says worry about it.
From Corey, he says the drone shut down an Air Force base in Ohio this past weekend. Yeah, something's up. Ooh.
I mean, once again, David, normally when people say don't worry about something, that's when it ranks right up there with, hey, you know what? I'm not racist, but next thing out of your mouth is about to be something pretty
now, how
bad.
did you know Kenny just said? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Kenny,
I'm Kenny Cott. I've got plenty of black friends. Tell me more. You choose.
Oh, sell the explanation. Why have they been?
I love basketball.
You a fan of Tiger Woods?
Leave Doug alone. Doug sounded tired today. Doug needs a nap.
Sell the explanation. Why have they been spotted in almost every state? It's government bullcrap, and we are in trouble. Paul from Harper Woods.
Oh, Paul's going into the bomb shelter with about 3,800 cans of soup.
It's like an episode of 24. Where's Kiefer Sutherland when you need him?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't get enough of the story. Now I gotta get up on the story about the Ohio base, but all right. Well, I got plenty of time coming up. Let's do the business. We start with football. We start with that disgrace of a Monday night double dip and issues around the league. We'll get to the Lions momentarily. It is 97.1. All right, well, I know we don't have drones flying above our homes, but you still need a good night's rest. Get that rest with the number one mattress company in America. It is Serta. They got 111 years making the best mattresses. They do it right here in the state of Michigan. So get a great night's rest. Unlike the people of New Jersey who have potentially spaceships flying above their home, go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, let's touch the table. A little bit of football go around the league. Dreadful Monday Night Double Dip. David Music.
Yeah, let's start with the Monday night games because we had two. No need for two. Two of the worst games, I think, on the schedule this year. But I think there are two things that came out of the game, at least that I took out of the game.
Kirk Cousins sucks.
That's one of them. And I truly believe I'm moving towards you all's direction. I think Michael Penix starts this Sunday against the New York Giants.
He has to. He threw another dreadful pick. They didn't break 20 points. They're terrible. And honestly, you drafted the kid. It may as well be what the Chiefs did with Mahomes a few years ago when Alex Smith was out and they gave Mahomes the last game or two of, I believe it was his rookie season. There's nothing else left for you. This is going nowhere. Cousins looks old. He looks immobile. He's done. And he's been bad for, 6 weeks now. Played a kid. Plus, I want to be able to make sure he's the starter so I can get Rico that Smedium Atlanta jersey. Squeeze him right into that puppy. He loves his boy.
I would like to say that, you know what, you're right, and Cousins is done, but they're not. They still have a chance to win their division, so I don't think Atlanta's going to wave the white flag. Atlanta's going to keep propping up Cousins out there, even though they know that's going to come with a couple picks. I mean, he's basically Jameis Winston light right now, but if you go to Penix, I don't think you can sell your fan base on next year when you can still win something this year.
Yeah, but can I just say this?
Yeah.
Look, here's what he's given you the last 5 games. First of all, a QBR of 63. 1 touchdown, 9 picks. The team's 1-4, and the only win is because you played the Raiders, who have quit. Rico, what if Penix is just better? All reports are he's turning heads at practice. What do you really have to lose here?
I know, but it's for some reason they don't want to put him out there, Mike. And if that's the case, had they lost the game, I think, yes, you go ahead and start him. But it would be hard to sell a fan base. We're just going to go ahead and think about next year when you're looking and saying, well, what if the Bucs stumble and we could win the division and then lose in the playoffs?
They just look pathetic.
They do, David. Don't get me wrong. That game was the perfect, there is a second game. It ain't like the first game was great, but at least Minnesota was entertaining.
Well, here's the other side of it, and the conclusion that I came with in the other game is that Caleb Williams is going to be ruined in Chicago.
Correct.
They have no one to block for him, and he's just out there just...
I'm going to say it again to you. I'm going to say it again. You traded for DJ Moore. No problem. You brought in Keenan Allen. No problem. You signed DeAndre Swift. Now, it's a problem, but I'm not going to go crazy. You burnt a top 10 pick on a receiver instead of a tackle or a guard. That's the one. Ryan Poles should be jailed. Mm-hmm. You can't take Caleb Williams and not provide offensive line support. It is a number one way to wreck your quarterback. Rico, to me, I wouldn't be above firing Ryan Poles for the way this entire thing went down.
No, I'm with you because you're going to give this guy another chance to bring in another coach. And it's like, okay, I don't know what you're doing. And maybe it's because here in Detroit, we see what our general manager is doing, and he's doing everything well. But you're right. In Chicago, it's almost like you're thinking, well, we're going to bring in a star, and he's going to be great, and we're going to put you on Hard Knocks, and we're going to get the media behind you. And I kept telling people, like, that team is bad. No, it's not. You're going to see Caleb Williams wasn't good at USC his last year. But somehow
he put talent there. But here's your problem. Rico, Eberflus never should have been brought back. Defensive coach. Correct. You need an offensive coach, an offensive regime, and you need an O-line. He did none of those things. I'm with you. Like, whatever talent you brought in, which he has, it is ruined when you allow an Achilles heel on your roster. And that heel is Caleb's running for his life. You can't develop that way.
Mike, there's only one thing that can save this Bears team, and it's the offensive coordinator for Detroit Lions. You take him in there, and I think he will see, okay, this is what I have to work with. Let me come up with something. Because I'll give him credit. He did that with Jared Goff when everybody was ready to write off Goff, and he was like, you know what? Let me come up with plays specific for Jared. And he and Jared went into the lab, and this is what we got. I think he'll do the same. But hold on, Mike. I think they're going to go into if they're smart, your first 3 picks, O-line, O-line, O-line.
Agree. Rico, nothing you said is wrong. The problem, they have to convince Ben Johnson they're not dysfunctional. Good luck.
And can I also say this, and it's not quite there because it was years when it came to David Carr and he was seeing ghosts back there, but you have to deal with that now where Caleb Williams has to take a second. He's in the pocket. He's going to be seeing ghosts for a quick minute before they reset him.
David, here's the thing. You got a glimpse in the future. You just got to go down to Carolina and you look at Bryce Young. And Bryce Young looks like a young man who got thrown out there way too soon. And maybe, he could be a reclamation project like you saw Sam Darnold with Minnesota and Jared Goff here in Detroit. And it happens that, you know what, I need to go to some place where they actually know how to play winning football and revive my career. But, yeah, when I look at Caleb, all I see is you're just a younger version of Bryce Young, or they may be the same age. But you know what I'm talking about. Like, you're Bryce Young. They're the Spider-Man me.
So I have another quarterback question for you, dilemma for the next season. And this one is right in your backyard, Rico, should the 49ers wait to extend Brock Purdy?
Interesting you said that, David, because at the Lions game, I ran across a 49er reporter for The Athletic, and I asked him that question, and he said, yeah, they're going to go ahead and sign him. And, David, I think you do, and it's for the same reason why I said the Lions should sign Goff. It's not like quarterback prices are ever going to go down. There's not going to be a Black Friday sale. You're not going to get an after Christmas sale, or it's going to get marked down, ever. You're going to pay either today or you're going to pay 20% more next year. There's only about 12 to 15 guys who can actually do a good job in the NFL. Like it or not, I know Mike's going to say he's got a punchable face. He's one of them. If that's the case, you go with him. If not, if you go with a rookie, you don't know what you're going to have. Remember, this is the same people that said Trey Lance was going to be the future. So if you stumbled upon a quarterback, keep the quarterback.
He's not wrong, David. There's no slander. I'm just not going to pay him a Joe Burrow type deal. I'm hoping you can get him for more of a Baker Mayfield type deal.
Yeah.
If you do that, I wouldn't have a huge problem. I don't love him. Hell, I don't even like him. But bottom line, he's got a synergy with Shanahan. He's already taken you to a Super Bowl. You know how you got to do it. I think he's kind of Jared Goff-esque. Go for it.
So we're coming down to the last 3 weeks of the NFL season, but what I want to know from you right now, and I'll go through them, is the AFC field already set? Maybe some changes will happen when it comes to a division here for the AFC North, but you got the Chiefs, the Bills, the Steelers, the Texans, the Ravens, Broncos, and Chargers. Then the Colts are at 6-8 there. Is it set? Those are the playoff
pretty
teams.
Much. Colts lost to Denver, took them to about a 10% chance of getting in. Chargers only need to win one to get in, and the rest of that field is solidly in. So I would say yes.
Yeah, you're looking at 6-8, 6-8, 6-8 for Miami, Indy, and Cincinnati. Yeah, I think right now it's just where does the dust settle?
Exactly.
With Denver and the Chargers. And I think Houston caught a break because they're getting the Chiefs maybe without Mahomes. So that'll get them separated.
And we can close it out.
And somehow the Steelers are going to find their way in again.
Well, they'll be in. Yes, they're in. They're already in.
They won't be in for long.
Well, no comment. So we always talk about, and you all know that the season is probably going to have 18 games in it soon. But my question to you is, will we ever have a season with the number 2 in front of it, meaning 20-game season?
No, I think 18 is probably going to be the cap. I think it'll be 18 with 2 bye weeks per team. That's a 20-week regular season. You want to tell me they expand the playoffs or mess with that? I'd say yes. But I'm going to say no on 20. 18, it's a mortal lock.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes on 20 because if one thing the NFL believes, that you need more NFL. 17, you knew they were not going to stop. It's like the Big Ten, Mike. They're going to keep going until they get to 20. And they're just going to slowly do it because they think you need it. And the NFL never goes backwards. It's like quarterback salaries. We don't need 17 games, but we have them. And you know what you need more? 18. Oh, you like 18? Well, we're going to give you 20, and maybe we'll throw in a bunch of Monday night double headers because you guys love that so much too. Monday night and Thursday night double headers. The NFL is tone deaf when it comes to the fans because I do believe that sometimes less is more, but they believe more is more.
Get ready for that Snapchat TV deal. Yay. That is
Snap
your
I thought you said
Just let it
something
go.
else.
that is your football today.
All right, it's football. Moran Buick GMC, they make car buying and certified service a breeze. The holidays are here, and with it, the best deals of the season. Moran Buick GMC, you could lease a 24 Sierra four-wheel drive crew cab elevation edition, $246 a month, 24 months, or get the 25 Encore GX Preferred, $249 a month, 36 months, both $999 down. MoranExpress.com for the certified service. You get the free loaner when you bring the vehicle in. It's Moran Buick GMC. You're always going to get that best price period on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, 97.1. We're going to get to the Lions here. David, a couple of ticket texts as we just got done with a little football today. And the Lions thing, I'm going to do it a little differently today. I think there's a way we can maybe move it forward, right? This conversation of, are they going to win the Super Bowl? That's just not where we're going today. Can they is dumb. Of course, anyone can. We've seen it. But, yeah, going from 75% confidence, we're going to win the whole effing thing, to a 10% shot of even making it where I'm at, or I heard Stoney say that today, we're going to have a different conversation today. I want to see if we can do the biggest step to making it. I think they have one pathway to getting there. One. And it's about the next 3 weeks. So, David, a few ticket texts, and then we'll get into it.
Yeah, someone says, please no on 20 games. We already have a bad 1 to 2 weeks to start the season. We don't need more of that.
And look, guys, Rico's not, I'm not, Rico, please, I'm not trying to speak for you. I'm making a point that, like, no one's saying we want it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to live in a fantasy. The league is run by greedy pigs.
Mm-hmm.
The players' union doesn't have a spine. Connect the dots. We'll give you more money. Right, but our players won't know who they are by age 50. But we'll give you more money. Brondo, it has electrolytes. The greed, they don't care.
It is the exact same thing David and I were talking about in the break. Another tone-deaf league is the NBA, who believes we're just going to keep giving you more stuff because you want more stuff. It's like, no, we don't want another in-season tournament. We don't want you to reformat the All-Star game again. We don't want any of that because nobody pays attention. For the NFL, yeah, you're going to get more bad games, more bad matchups but for every bad game, you know what they're going to highlight? Yeah, but you remember that Lions-Bills game and how exciting it was. Any game could be like that, so more is more.
Ready? I would argue for every 25 NFL games, you get one Lions and Bills. No hyperbole.
No, scores in the 40s like that. Yes.
No. Highly watched, entertaining, interesting, right? A good watch. For every 25 Bengals Titans, every 25 Ravens Giants, every 25 Raiders Vikings, you get one Lions Bills.
See, I would say, Mike, you normally get one good game a week. Now, you don't know if it's going to be the Thursday night game or the Monday night game, but normally one game a week is like, wow, that was really entertaining. And the rest are dog games. It's like college homecoming games.
Fellas, I wouldn't mind expanding the regular season to 18 or even 20 games if and only if preseason is eliminated.
Yeah, but look at what the Lions are dealing with right now, guys. I mean, I'll tell you right now, you can't do it with a 53-man roster. You need these rosters to be at least 65 people.
I was going to say 65 or 70. Yep.
Okay, yeah, we're on the same page, Rico. I mean, and again, you would need to roll in second bye weeks. Guys, all I'll tell you is football's like ice cream. Oh, you can't get enough. Trust me, you can get enough. Like, I don't need it. You know what made football special growing up? Knowing it was fleeting. That's why I loved, past tense, college football when they had an 11-game season. Why? You only get so much of it. You only get those 5 or 6 Saturdays a year that your school is a home game. They're special. You go to 20, I'm with Rico on this. It turns into the NHL or the NBA or MLB. Nobody cares. It's not for me.
Right, and that's you nailed it because it was unique. It still is unique, but I do think it gets expanded, and it's really the thing that nobody asked for because it's going to take your season all the way to President's Day in February, around Valentine's Day, and yeah, it is.
Then free agency starts that day,
right? And
then OTAs, then draft prep, then you get like 10 days off, and then it's training camp.
Wait, and the thing is, you're like, yeah, but I don't want any preseason games, but you had them. It was the Lions' first 2 games this year. They looked awful compared to how they looked for the regular season. The Rams game, you can't convince me if the Rams win that coin toss, the Rams win that game. They lost the toss, and the Lions never gave them back the ball. The Rams were hot at the end of that game. The Bucs game didn't look like the same Lions team. And then by week 3, okay, now everything's starting to click.
Well, how about this? Let me give you a prime example here. Now, I know the Lions are taking precedent, rightfully so. But take a listen to this. I want you to tell me what these numbers are. Ready? 19, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30. What are those numbers?
19. Was that the points, the opponent's points?
No. That's everyday football's going to be on during my effing Christmas.
Oh, wow.
Thursday the 19th, Saturday the 21st, Sunday the 22nd, Monday the 23rd. Oh, wait, we get a break, right? Yeah, you get Tuesday off. Then it's Christmas Day double dip. No one needs football on Christmas. Day after Christmas, do I get a break? Nope, more football. You get a break Friday. Then it's Saturday, it's Sunday, it's Monday. It takes you right into it. It's too much of too much. Too much.
No.
God forbid we spend some time with our families. You know what I didn't want to be doing last year? And I'll shoot you straight. This isn't me being a boomer. Christmas Eve is very special in my family. You know what I didn't need? A 4-hour football game of Nick Mullins' head squeezed into a helmet, and I had to survive the Lions losing. And instead of spending time with my family and relaxing and listening to the musical stylings of Nat King Cole or Louis Prima, I had to be sitting there watching every play like a maniac on Christmas effing Eve. Go to hell.
Yeah. Well,
enough is enough.
Well, Mike, I think I saw a stat to go along with yours. I think Kansas City Chiefs will be the only team this year that would have played on every day of the week at some point.
Wow. Okay, then.
You're right, because they played on Black Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my Lord.
They're going to be playing on Wednesday.
Christmas on Wednesday.
And
Thursday they've played to open the season.
Yeah, and again, we don't need to do phone calls on it, but if you've hit the football saturation point, I would love to know if Ticket Texters, is the amount of football you're getting on the amount of days too much, just right, or God help you, not enough. But for me, too much. Don't need football every day of the week. I don't need it all through the holiday season. I'm just fine having it on a Sunday. Occasionally they'd give you that little Saturday night game. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not the fun police, but I don't need it every single day. This is too much. Lions, we got to talk about it. I want to know if you're willing to subscribe to what I'm selling you. We're going to do it next. 97.1. Let me tell you about FanDuel. Basically, the only way to watch the NBA is if you got some money on it. It's a morbid product. So FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, they'll capitalize on it. You've got a ton of ways to play, including the first to 15, first dunk, first whatever, first three, opening tip. You could be Uncut Gems. You could be Adam Sandler. Bottom line, FanDuel, profit boosts all week long, and an intro bonus. Bet 5, get 150. It's FanDuel. Check it out, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Alex Lyon has been cleared to play. Derek Lalonde hopes the same will be true for Cam Talbot by the weekend. Lalonde was not sure today if the team would carry all three goalies going forward, saying he just wants to get to that situation first. Michigan State looking to extend their winning streak over Oakland to 23 tonight at Little Caesars Arena. There's a twist, though. The Golden Grizzlies are the home team, which means everything from the pregame hype video to the PA announcer will be OU-centric. That's Kevin Beers, longtime Oakland announcer here at the game on the Bet 1270, tip at 7. The NBA Cup final is tonight as well. Players from the winning team will receive $515,000 each. Yahoo Sports puts that into context nicely by pointing out that Super Bowl champions typically only receive $164,000. The Thunder are favored by 4.5 over the Bucks. OKC running a 5-game winning streak. Milwaukee has won 10 of their last 12. Tip from Vegas at 8:30 on ABC. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, that'll really do it. Let's give you a couple $100,000 when you're making $38 million a year. That'll really move the needle. Good God. In-season cup. All right, let's do the business. I want to talk Lions. So yesterday was cathartic. We had a therapy Monday. Both Rico and I are pretty aligned on this. I no longer expect this team to win the Super Bowl. I simply hope they do. And that's a major departure from how I talked about them since summer. And when you lose multiple Pro Bowlers on top of a season of injuries. I mean, in comparison, the Eagles have 4 players on IR. You have 22, 19 of which are on defense. I can't go on the air and lie to you and say, hey, you're winning it all. I'm not going to do that. Just like I'm not going to get on the air and say, hey, Hutch said on a pod he's going to play. Yeah, okay. No, he's not. But thank you. If it happens, it's miraculous. I don't depend on miracles. I'll leave that for David at church on Sundays to sell me water into wine. Second of all, you'd have to get to the Super Bowl for there to even matter. The whole crux of the conversation is you're not getting there because the injury gods have taken it from us. So what I want to see is this. While most fans are in a state of denial, I want to live in reality. Can we reset the goal, Rico? And before we have a Super Bowl conversation, let's set the goal in what we would need to do to have that convo. Because I do think, in your Doctor Strange language, there is only one way out of this. There is one way that I think we could at least have a remote Super Bowl conversation. And that is, they must, as a non-negotiable, they must get the 1 seed. There is no scenario in my mind that this team, with this level of injuries, can survive without a bye week and playing one less playoff game. That they need to go 3-0. Now, you're going to play a corpse this week in the Bears. Then you play a semi-corpse in the Niners. Then you're going to play an allegedly good team that I just feel is the Pittsburgh Steelers in different uniforms, the Vikings. Now, the Vikings is the game we all look at and go, okay, that's a problem. But Rico, is the new standard the following? Forget about Super Bowl talk, forget about the playoffs, and forget about whatever injury fantasies you have. In the here and now, can you go 3-0 so we get to re-engage those conversations? Is that fair? Is that something you think I have a chance of getting everyone on the same page with?
You know what? It's funny. First of all, I'm so glad you took time to watch that movie because I love the fact that you make Marvel references when you try to.
Well, it's a holiday season. I'm in the giving mood.
Second, yeah, I think that is the only way. You have to run the table for the rest of the year. You're going to be fortunate because you are playing the Bears, who just seem to be in a free fall.
They're dead.
You got the Niners, who should be playing for a draft pick right now, and you may not even see some of their players anymore. They may just go ahead and sit Brock Purdy and just play the backups. It does come down to a game with the Vikings, but my thing is, before we quickly just dismiss the Vikings, like, oh, we can beat them. Okay, when you played them the last time, it came down to a field goal in the final seconds to win the game. So I'm not that quick to dismiss this Minnesota team. I don't care what color the quarterback's hair is. That's a good team out there. They're playing good football right now.
Yeah, and by getting the one, you play one less playoff game, and whatever games you play are here. If you want to re-engage a Super Bowl conversation, all I'm trying to do is back up the truck, forget about all the pain and anguish of the last 48 hours. Guys, do you believe this team can get the 1 seed? And do you believe it's the only pathway? Shout out Dr. Strange. I truly believe if they aren't the 1 seed, they're not going to the Super Bowl. Like, they will have no chance at it.
Yes.
They need a bye week desperately.
Because
they
here's the
need
thing.
to play one less game.
Yeah. Because, Mike, here's the thing. If you don't get the 1 seed, chances are you're going to now be the 5 seed, and you're either flying out to L.A. or you're flying out to Seattle to face 2 quarterbacks that I don't think this team wants to face. So, yes, you don't run the table, and there is no Super Bowl.
They got to go
afford
3-0.
lose. Yes.
They got to go 3-0. They got to bounce back. 2 of these games they'll be favored in. I would expect they'll be favored, but again, the results could impact whether they're favored in that finale. If this defense goes out and gives up 230 burgers the next 2 weeks, don't be shocked if you're not favored in that finale. And again, Las Vegas, hey, they don't control everything, but I listen when they speak. They have reacted. The Lions went from being the prohibitive favorite to win the Super Bowl to now being the 3rd or 4th choice in a matter of 24 hours and falling. It matters. These injuries are that damaging. So I'd like to know where you guys are at with it. 248-539-9797. David, what do you think? Am I able, do you think, to get a majority of people on the board here? Let's table Super Bowl discussion. If you have any hope of getting there, we need to go 3-0. Agree or disagree?
I do agree with that, and I do think that the most people would also agree with it. I think they'll fall in line because that has to be the scenario where you get the bye week and then you get the worst team in the division around, and then it's possible. That is the only way.
Win some shootouts on the fast track.
Yes.
Inside.
The only way. You get both games at home. The only way possible is that scenario.
Crowd noise.
Correct.
Causing some penalties. The problem is, I think you're thinking logically. I'm thinking logically. Mike is thinking logically. Earlier today, Dan Campbell came on the morning show. He fired up the city. And I think that the city believes there's more than just one way. Like, as he said, we just got to go out and win games, and it's fired up. Dave, you got a little snippet of this? Here it is. Here's Dan Campbell from the morning show. So that was Dan Campbell this morning on the morning show. He dropped another F-bomb. He was fired up. So.
Yeah, but I mean, talk is cheap. I mean, I love Dan Campbell, but what's a guy supposed to say? Yeah, we're effed. Lost all my good players. Goulet. Hey, can we play Dear John? Like, no, I mean, he's going to come on the air and say that. He has to say that. It's who he is. It's what he believes.
But, Mike, I'm saying after him saying that, I think a lot of Detroiters are now saying, screw it, we're still going to win the whole thing. Because did you hear what Dan – I'm ready to run through a wall for him.
But the problem is Dan Campbell's words don't play defensive tackle at an all-pro level.
This man's on his game today.
You know what I mean?
No,
like,
you're right.
I get so tired of words. I love Dan Campbell, but like Aleem, I'm going to sound like Rick Pitino after the Celtics lost by 50. Larry Bird ain't walking through that door. Aleem McNeil's not walking through that door. Carl Davis not walking through that door. Hutch is limping still. He ain't walking through that door. So I get tired of, well, Dan Campbell said, look, Dan Campbell's a great football coach. And I think Dan Campbell doesn't BS you at all. And Dan Campbell has to believe that. The guys in that locker room have to believe that. But we aren't in that locker room. We don't need to subscribe to that. We live in reality.
Right.
It's not his fault.
No.
It's not this team's fault. It's not Brett Holmes' fault. It's not the players' fault. They got screwed by the football gods.
if this team has to go out and start their first game the week after playing Minnesota, which means you do not get a break, which means you don't get some guys to get healed up to come back. You got to travel travel to the West Coast to LA or even further to Seattle. No, I don't think you win that game. And I think that it's going to be an unfortunate end to this season. Yeah, if you can run you have to be at home as the number 1 seed, bye week, rested players. And at that point, I still don't think it's a guarantee. But at some point, if you're not the 1 seed, you're going to end up in probably Philly, Green Bay's playing good football, or maybe you have to go someplace else in Minnesota.
Dude, you got to play an extra game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing. There's no team in football that needs a bye week more than this one currently, right here. The idea of playing an extra game on the road. Look, for anyone who wants to bring up the 07 Giants, go ahead. You're right. It was one of the most unlikely Super Bowls in history. Went at Tampa, at Dallas, at Green Bay. I get it. I was there. Guys, that's Disney stuff. This team was the prohibitive favorite. I'm not relying on Disney memories or a once every 50-year Super Bowl run in order to justify hope. Can they is not the conversation. Any team that makes the NFL playoffs can. But the odds are greatly reduced with what went down Sunday with those injuries, on top of already having more defensive players on the IR than any other team in football. That's the conversation. So we've asked the question. We have arrived at Doctor Strange. There is only one way. Must get 1 seed. Must get by. Must stay home. Do you subscribe to that? Can they go 3-0? Yes. I could see a situation that they can win shootouts short term. That doesn't work in the playoffs. I don't believe it'll work there. I don't believe it'll be great, especially if you have to go outside, especially if you have to play an extra game. Like, do you know who needs a bye week right now? Frank Ragnow. Can't prove it. I'm not reporting anything. Watch the games. That dude's a warrior, but that dude looks like his body is betraying him. You need a bye week like we as humans need oxygen. Dan Campbell's got to get on the air and say that. He's got to deliver that message to his team. Dan Campbell will never show weakness. He can't. That's not how you run a locker room. Dan Campbell will show you emotion. He will show you how much he cares for his players. That's not weakness. But you can't show weakness. You can't be rattled. So, yeah, the speech, it's fun. It made for great radio. Cool. It has no impact on my opinion. Nor should it.
No. But like I said, I think it may affect some opinions of the people of Detroit.
I know. 248-539-9797. I want to hear Kenny's opinion, but I know he's screening calls. We'll get to him next as Lions superfan. Straight up, let's talk about going 1-0 each of the next 3 weeks. The only way that they have a shot to really deliver on what we all thought they could do in their current situation is the 1 seed, right? Like, there's no other way, is there?
Correct.
Well, let's find out what the people have to say about it. Winter driving season is here. Reckless drivers are everywhere. Bottom line, Mother Nature doesn't make it easy. People can't control their cars in dry weather. If you have an injury in an automotive accident, you need to hire David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now, speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Why? Because new classes are getting ready to start in just a few weeks, and it still may be time for you to get your name on the register for that next class. You want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphics design artist, and you're ready to make that change. Let Specs at LTU help be those first steps to your new career. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast, media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. But instructors like myself who work in the business, what does that mean? It means we're not going to waste your time. We know how important it is. We're going to help you get started on your new career, because with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry in week number 1. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, 97.1, good to have you aboard. Lions, I've tried to evolve the conversation a little bit. Obviously, yesterday was a therapy session for everybody, and rightfully so. This team looks like they've had their dreams taken from them. Short of losing Jared Goff, I don't know that there's a worse combination of injuries. So here's what we can do in the meantime. No, I don't expect them to win the Super Bowl now. I hope they win the Super Bowl. So how do we get that hope quotient? How do we get to that point? I didn't think they had to have the 1 seed prior. I do now. So 3 games, 3 weeks, 3 opponents in an escalating difficulty. Absolute corpse against the Bears, soon to be corpse against the Niners, the best team of the bunch the last week. Is the only way they can make the Super Bowl getting the 1 seed. And do you believe they will go 3-0 to do just that? David, what are the ticket texts? And Kenny, if you're available from screening, I'd love to hear from you. You are the mega Lions fan, and candidly, yeah, I mean, it took 24, 48 hours for the emotion to settle down.
Yeah, I'll answer this first, Mike. I do think it takes the number 1 seed. I do think it takes running the table and winning out. But Rico said something last segment that I could not agree with more, having screened for the last show and just kind of seeing how fans around this city are. When Dan Campbell spoke this morning and talked to the morning show, he said he basically got the entire fan base extremely fired up. And everybody calling in has been saying, oh, there's no reason to panic. Everybody calm down. They can lose a game and be just fine, and they don't need the 1 seed. They're a good enough team to overcome that type of a thing. I couldn't disagree with it more, but I think this fan base is split right down the middle, at least from what I've seen. Because this fan
base is the equivalent of like a hillbilly hitting the lottery, and then they're broke 3 years later. Like I don't really care about their opinion, because it's hopium. It's copium. I mean, it's just like live in the real world with us. Like even Dan Campbell saying what he said on the morning show. I don't care that they lost. I don't give a rat's ass. I'm not mad that they lost. You're not gonna go 8 million and 1. I care about the players you lost, and I care about what it means to the franchise, and the fact that they had already kept it together after body blow after body blow after body blow. And do you realize you just lost your top 2 defensive players after already losing your all-world defensive player? At a certain point, the levee breaks. So, yeah, if people want to have a conversation that they're not worried, great. Do it somewhere else. Like, that's just not what we do here. I don't think that's honest. Oh, what's next? I'm supposed to lie to people and be like, no, dude, Hutch is coming back. Did you see him walking into the stadium? Come on, man. Even goodness. They said on TV he's walking gingerly at practice. That's a far cry from battling a 330-pound guy with 10,000 pounds of torque on your broken leg. Come on.
Brother, that's the main reason why I wouldn't try to rush him back, because that's your long-term investment. I don't need you going out there to prove a point that you can make it back in a season only to re-injure that, and now we'll see you at the end of next season.
Right, you got 2 guys on this roster that have even a remote chance in snowball's hell of making the Hall of Fame. It's Penei Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson. I'm not messing with that. And by the way, him saying, "Oh, just get to the Super Bowl and I'll be there," that has nothing to do with getting to the Super Bowl. They're just different conversations. And that would be the only part of what Campbell said. No rational fan is upset that they lost to the Bills. I don't even care stylistically that they lost. They had a bad day at the office. It's the same as the Ravens game last year, right? It's the injuries. Do you realize Ali McNeil leads your team in pressures? You just lost another 50 pressures. There is no next man up. He was the next man up. He was having the best pass rush season of his career.
Yes.
He is a top 5 defensive tackle in the sport.
Because
I'm
here's
sorry,
the thing.
Rico.
No,
I'm
no,
just passionate about it.
No, Mike, as you should be, because here's the thing: when you lose out on the pressure, because right behind him was still Aiden Hutchinson. That's how many pressures you've been getting from anybody else. It's McNeil, and right below him throughout the entire NFL, not just the Lions, but yes, is Hutchinson, meaning your secondary is about to get exposed because, oh, and by the way, you're missing pieces back there, but the quarterback with no pressure can just sit in the pocket and pick you apart.
Here's the other thing, Rico, and I think I'm so bothered by this because it just feels like politics. You saying or I saying or anyone saying, man, I don't think we're going to get this done. Anyone trying to tie that into a faith in Dan Campbell is a moron. No one doubts Dan Campbell.
Right.
No one. This has nothing to do with him or Brad or anyone on that staff or any player in that locker room. There's no boogeyman. I'll root like hell for this team to get this done. And it doesn't make me think any less of Dan Campbell if they flame out in the first round of the playoffs. They've had this taken from them.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just miss this show with that crap. Well, you're not a real fan. If being a moron is what it takes to be a real fan, yeah, I'll pass. I'll be a fake one. No, I'm serious. I can't stand that stuff. Acting like you don't want them to win because what? You evolve your opinion? Or, oh, you don't like the coach anymore? No, I love Dan Campbell.
You know
I think
what?
he's the best coach in football right now. But I'm not going to sit here because of a big-time speech on a morning show. His speech isn't going to line up on Sunday.
Man, even before the speech, and Cookies was the inventor of the 2-digit disco or whatever he called it. He came out and was just like, well, I don't know. Oh, my God. Gov eviscerated him this morning. And you don't believe in this team. And I was like, man, stand down. Okay, enough. Throw in the towel, Cookies. Like, wow. But there are people who it's zero sum. You either believe in this team or get the hell out.
Yeah, well, George Carlin said it best about those people. Think how dumb the average American is and recognize half the people are dumber than that. And that's where you are. That's where you exist. No, it doesn't mean you dislike the team. It doesn't mean you're a bad fan, a communist. It doesn't mean you're a terrible human. It means you've lost 4 Pro Bowl players, maybe 5.
Yeah.
It means you're out of bodies. It means that Aaron Glenn has done some of the best work in the entire National Football League, and no longer can I ask a thing of Aaron Glenn. Well, you needed to change the scheme on Sunday. You had no pass rush. You had no D lineman. You lost your lead corner. There was nothing to do. Oh, we're going to go zone? And do what? Watch Josh Allen pick you apart while he has 8 seconds to pass? Oh, you want to do a whole new install at halftime? Is that what we're going to do? He doesn't have the pieces, guys. Oh, just keep him in the pocket. The guys you have can't. They got manhandled. So, yeah, and I'm not going at Rico, David, Kenny. I'm not coming at any of you guys. I get frustrated because I want to elevate the discourse a little bit. All right, there's plenty of times on this show for penis jokes and drops. But, when we're talking about something real, just miss me with the whole not a real fan thing. That's insulting to your fellow fan. Everyone in this town has suffered. Everybody wants this team. Everybody wants that parade. Not a soul is having any fun with this.
No, they're not, Mike. But you would like to think that this is something like yesterday. It was cathartic. Everybody was just they had just that moment. Like, man, this sucks. But now, after this speech this morning, there's going to be a lot of receipts taken. Oh, yeah, you didn't believe.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
Not you, but I'm just saying. But I want to hear from everybody. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I'd like to know why people are bad people if they just have doubts they can get it done because, they got 22 guys on the IR. Do that for me. See if you can thumb that into the phone. 248-539-9797. We will get with the people, for better or for worse. We'll do it next. 97.1. All right, Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. Contractors, homeowners, bought enough Trex last year to cover 26 football fields. That's almost the amount of players the Lions are missing. Look, Northville, they got you covered. It's all in stock all the time, some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. And while deck season is gone, it'll be back sooner than you realize. Get on their schedule. Get it built. They'll intro you to a Trex Certified Pro. Beat the rush and beat the price increases. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Dan Campbell weighed in on the team's mentality following the latest batch of injuries. The NBA is trying something new for the All-Star Game, creating a 4-team tournament. The teams will be comprised of 8 All-Stars each, headed up by honorary GMs Charles Barkley, Shaq, Kenny Smith, and Candace Parker. 2 teams will meet in a semifinal before advancing to the championship game. Each contest will be decided by the first squad to reach 40 points. Alex Lyon has been cleared to play for the Red Wings. Derek Lalonde hoping Cam Talbot will be ready to roll over the weekend as well. MSU has picked up a transfer running back, Elijah Tolliver, heading over from Sacramento State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
All right, we can get to the people. David, a few ticket texts. By the way, like case in point, I said to David Rico, who is Campbell arguing? Who's he arguing with there in that quote? No one who wouldn't be happy winning by a point the rest of the way and winning the Super Bowl. I don't know who he's arguing with.
I think he's arguing with people who say the season is over. That, oh my God, this is it. Lions can't do anything.
Dude. Yeah, it's the injuries. It's just a different conversation.
But who's saying that? Who's saying the season is over? I mean, we're negative on them in that we need to get the 1 seed, but we're not saying by any means there's no shot of the season's done.
No, it's me. I'm negative because I went from saying they are absolutely winning the Super Bowl and they will body the Chiefs to 10% shot they make it. These injuries are so unfair. This sucks.
Right there. Mike, what you just said, because now it went from who will the Lions play in the Super Bowl to, oh, my God, can they even make the Super Bowl?
Right, but he's arguing stylistic. Oh, if we only have 50 yards, I'm going to smile. So would we. Mm-hmm. I don't know what.
Because Lions fans got spoiled. I mean, heck, man, we had to entertain the double-digit disco last week.
No, you had to entertain that.
But there were people oh, yeah. You know, it became that SNL skit where it was the Lions by a million over anybody, and they're never going to lose again. It's like, it's not how the NFL works. Like, you're on a historical run, but yeah, when the injuries start kicking in, man, that's undefeated. Like, you can't outrun the injuries. Eventually, that catches up, the lack of depth. And yeah, with no McNeil to put the pressure on the quarterback, you're asking a lot for your secondary to now go out there with a quarterback. Now, fortunately, you have Caleb Williams, but what you don't want is Caleb to have his coming out party. You don't want that to happen next week because he's able to just sit back there.
Let's go to Jared, 97.1. Jared, how you doing today? Jared? There is no Jared.
There is no Jared, but we got Mark. How about that?
I'm hallucinating. Hi, Mark.
And we just lost Mark.
Okay, then.
Hold on 1 second. Perry, you're on 97.1.
Hey, third time's a charm. How y'all guys doing?
Hey, man.
What's up, Perry?
I want to let you know, I feel the same way as you do, Mike, because I was kind of upset. I'm hearing people going off on the morning show because if you express a little bit of concern, you know, you're not a real fan, man. You're just being realistic, dude. I mean, you got a whole defensive unit on IR, man. Come on, dog. I mean, I believe that we can win the Super Bowl, man, but it's so much got to go right, man, for us to make it. If we don't get the 1 seed, I don't believe there's any shot. But even if we do get the 1 seed, I think the chances are absolutely slim. And I think we need Minnesota to stumble over these next couple weeks, man, because I don't want to go into that game having to win that game to even just win the division, man. Go from 1 or 3, down to 5, man. I think it'll be a death sentence, man. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. I'm resigned to the fact that next year. So I'm not even disappointed. I don't have any expectations because I don't want to live in a fantasy. And I'm really just ready to see what they're gonna do next year, man, and enjoy the ride where we land now.
Perry, I'm just disappointed because the injuries are the thing that you can't plan for. It's the luck quotient of the sport.
Facts.
And I feel like Campbell and Holmes and every guy in that locker room, they lost their ability to give this their best shot. And I don't know what we did to the football gods for the best team in Lions history to get decimated this way.
I don't know, man. This is just such a heartbreaking, soul-crushing season. And maybe, just maybe, this is the Super Bowl gods, way of helping us enjoy it even more, because the victory now, man, Dan Campbell would have to be crowned the greatest coach in the last decade of the NFL.
Immediate statue. Yeah. Immediate.
Immediate.
And I want him to put it on the top of the stadium. A gigantic Dan Campbell statue that you can see from an airplane.
With lights.
Yes. The LED lights we didn't get at LCA. Yes, exactly that.
Appreciate the call.
Exactly that. It would be so impressive if they were able to get it done. Immediate Campbell statue if they got that done.
Wait,
let's
so
go to Juan.
The quarter zip doesn't get on top of the LCA tonight?
You can have that there. I'm still putting Dan Campbell on the roof.
No, I'm saying I thought it was going to be on the roof in the LEDs.
Not your quarter zip. No.
I'm not going.
No.
I'm not going.
No. Then you're out. Go to Juan, 97.1. What's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How are you?
Now, what I believe, I think we definitely need the number one seed because home court is home court, but I don't think it's the only way. The reason why, and I think this week is going to be a deciding factor because I think the only chance Philly losing is with the Redskins. I think it's Dallas and New York Giants, of course, but I think this week is the deciding factor. So Lions got to really look deep into the Redskin games, us fans, what I mean. But I think we're going to lose. I believe we're going to win at the most 2 out of 3. I don't think we're going to go 3-0. So if we go 2 out of 3 and Washington beat Philly, we got the home court all the way through. So I think we need the number one, but I don't think it's the only way because I don't believe in Sam Darnold or Jalen Hurts like that.
Yeah, and here's the other one. Minnesota's at Seattle this week. Yeah. And Seattle's off a terrible loss. That's not an easy assignment. The Washington game, Philly, on the road, in the division, in the month of December. I mean, I have major doubts about the Commanders. They've kind of fallen off a cliff. Yeah. They barely closed out a dead Saints team. But, yeah, I mean, these are matchups that are real because you're right. When these other teams are playing free squares like the New York Giants, no, you're not going to get any help.
Yeah. Yeah, you really need Philly to lose this weekend. Because after that, yeah, I think it's the Cowboys and the Giants.
You want the weird spread of the week?
What's that?
Something that you look at and you go, that's odd. How about the Bucks only favored by 3 at Dallas? And I'll give you the other one. This just tells you how ass this team is, but they keep winning. How about Kansas City's a home dog to Houston? Houston laying 1.5 at Arrowhead.
Well, I think they're thinking that Mahomes is not playing in that game.
I don't care. Houston cannot be trusted.
No, they can.
Not on the road.
No, and I think that the Bucks. I think that's just people buying into what they saw Dallas last weekend, and all the Dallas fans were back.
But did you see the Bucks last weekend?
No, David, it doesn't matter.
Whoa.
Cowboy fans will flood Vegas because we're back. So Vegas, okay, so they got to balance out the money. So Mike, I think that one is more because of delusional Cowboy fans. The Texans, yeah, I think that's just Vegas kind of saying, okay, no Mahomes, maybe you can beat them.
248-539-9797. We will get more of the people. David has a holiday blitz top of the hour, and we've got what Jerry Jones and Kenny Cott have in common. And maybe it explains a lot. We're going to talk about it in the 4 o'clock. Potentially. Tailgate season, it is here. Moran Buick GMC. Car buying and certified car service is an absolute breeze. The winter holidays are upon us, so are the deals. The Moran Buick GMC, rather. 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab elevation, $246 a month. Or the 25 Encore GX Preferred, $249 a month. New stock daily. Certified service. They got it, including free loaner vehicles when you bring in your vehicle. Moran Buick GMC, where you get that best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online, moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. people, how critical is that 1 seed? For Rico and I, for the show bay, I think all of us are aligned, actually, which is very strange. I think it's their only pathway, realistically, to get to a Super Bowl now. These injuries, the way they're going to have to win games, need them indoors, need them on the fast track, need to play one less game. And candidly, look, man, just because guys aren't appearing on an injury report, they're all hurt. That offensive line is so banged up, and I think that's why you've seen their performance slip the last 2 weeks from 4.8 yards a carry to 3.2. The 1 seed now becomes the Doctor Strange one-way out thing. I've reached hope phase. I hope they can make the Super Bowl. I no longer expect it. As far as who Dan Campbell's yelling at in the morning, I have no idea. No one cares if you run for 50 and win. No one cares if you win by 1 or 100. Just win. Right there with you, Dan. But I don't know who you're yelling at. Well, it's all about the injuries. It ain't got nothing to do with Dan. It ain't got nothing to do with Brad. It has nothing to do with the players in that room. These injuries are ridiculous, what has happened to this team. Ridiculous. This was their year. They were absolutely winning the Super Bowl. Still could, but again, immediate rooftop statue. David, take a text. What do people have to say?
It's over, guys. People need to stop whining about reality. These are the same type of fans who pack Ford Field to sell out crowds when the organizations gave no care about them. 2024 is cooked. That is from Zach. Wow.
Zach, I'm not ready to go there without seeing him play a game. Let me see. Let me see what it looks like. Obviously, if they were able to put 3 virtuoso performances together, drop a bomb on that soulless ginger Sam Darnold, maybe confidence would be renewed. You'd have a bye week, let the other teams go kill each other. But no, I'm not going to write it off. But my confidence? Oh, no, my confidence is gone. That much is true. After seeing what the Giants did in 90 and in 2007, anybody can win. But you just can't expect it. Like when Phil Simms died in week 13 of the 90 season, the Giants lost their, for all intents and purposes, Hall of Fame quarterback for some weirdo hillbilly from West Virginia with a mustache named Jeff Hostetler. Cutscene. We took down the Buffalo Bills. How? I still don't know. How did we get by San Francisco? Rico knows. It's called Roger Craig fumbling when you were killing the clock. You hate to see it. David.
Yes to your question. Resetting the table and restoring the focus on winning the next 3 games is going to be key. Someone else says, this means if they are going to win it all, they need to win the next 6 games straight, even with the bye week. It's not happening. Jason in Monroe.
Guys, I'm trying to give you the best pathway to get there. I'm with you. I don't believe it's happening. I don't know that they make the Super Bowl. Winning it? Man, like I said, rooftop statue if that happens. Go ahead.
Yes, it's all about the 1 seed. Healthy or not, we have to get it to have a real shot at the Super Bowl, especially now. The bye week to get healthy would be so needed.
Be huge, especially for guys like Ragnow, Decker. Glasgow got x-rays this week. Zeitler's Rico's age. They need a break. No team needs it more. Let's go to the people, see what everybody's got. We'll go to Mark, 97.1. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, guys. I was sick after those injuries I heard on Monday. This is their only shot. It is. They have the team to do it, but they're going to need some luck, too. It's just the only game I'm worried about is the Minnesota game. If they can win these next 2 games, that Minnesota game's going to be huge. But I think they can do it.
And again, it's all tied to the 1 seed in your mind, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Definitely.
It
That's
just
their only
feels...
shot. If they got to go on the road, no chance.
Like, let me ask a question here, guys. And I mean, feel free, Mark, to play along. I mean, right here, right now, gun to your head, do you know they're beating Tampa Bay in the playoffs? Like, do you know they're beating the Rams? See, that's the problem. It used to just be about Philadelphia. I think these injuries now open the door to more vulnerabilities specific to 2 quarterbacks that can sling it to the tune of 350. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Watching Tampa do what they did to a top 5 defense in L.A. and put 27 straight up and blow their doors off, I don't know. I'm signing up for that when my number 1 corner is going to be drinking out of a straw for 6 weeks. And all the backups to those corners are dead. And any semblance of a pass rush I had is dead. And 5 of my top 6 linebackers are dead. I'm telling you, that's my concern, is people are whistling by the graveyard because they're not adjusting to the injuries. Pre-injuries, I feared no one. Anyone came to Detroit, we were putting them in the dirt. But this was the final straw to me. Rico, I'm still not over the fact driving into work you get the David Montgomery news. Like, you weren't even over Carlton Davis and Lee McNeil being out for the year.
No.
But then David Montgomery was like the chef's kiss. Really? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that was the one, especially because you needed him to kind of grind the games out, to slow it down, to control the TOP, to give your defense a break.
Short yardage, goal line, all of it. He's a warrior. And Montgomery never is tackled by the first guy.
Yeah, and Gibbs, okay, guys, I think Gibbs can handle the job for maybe a game or two, but I don't know if he's the every down back. I don't think he's the Saquon Barkley. I don't think he's a Derrick Henry type of back. I think that he does need to split this up.
Yeah, and again, for people who, if you don't buy what Rico is selling, they are using Jahmyr Gibbs exactly the way they've wanted to use him. So, an example, okay? There is one game this season. He had 20 carries. One. Indianapolis. Here are his carries every other game. 8, 15, 9, 11, 19 at Houston, right? 11, 11, 11, 12, 14, 16, 13, 11. He's about a 12.5 carry guy. And that's why he's so deadly. And they keep him fresh. And they keep him from enduring huge punishment. That's all gone now. So, yeah, it matters. Big time it matters. Let's go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Good, Adam.
Yeah, they absolutely need 1 seed. There's no question about it. They need it. They need to get healthy. At least somewhat on defense. I don't know how much more they can get healthy, but you need to get Anzalone back. You need to get Iffy back. You need to get Mosley back. I feel like if they clinch the 1 seed and get those players back, I think they'll be in good shape. Because I don't think that offense is going to stop clicking with Gibbs. I mean, I like that Baki guy. I feel like he has good eyes in the backfield. I mean, I've seen him in preseason. Yes, I know it's preseason. But he has a good feel for the game. And also you got Craig Reynolds. I mean, Craig Reynolds scored a touchdown in the playoffs last year. I mean, I think it was a 4th down. Yeah, I mean, they need to get healthy. I mean, I'm not giving up on this defense just because they'll have Dan Campbell as their head coach and he'll have them ready to go. I mean, I heard his comments this morning, and that wanted me to run through a brick wall. So I'm not giving up on this defense. Their offense is going to have to put up 35-plus points a game. But they're capable of doing it. So you get Anzalone back, and you get those linebacker core. You get Jack and Anzalone back. I mean, you got 2 out of 3 linebackers right there.
Here's your problem: you're not getting anybody on the D line back, and you're not getting Carlton Davis back. That's the problem.
No, and that's
and
where
you're right. The linebacker level, it matters. I think if Melifonwu can come back, he was effective as a blitzer, a rusher. Brian Branch has shown flashes at being able to do it. You can supplement the pass rush. But to Rico's point, the more you do that stuff, it's push and pull. You are going to leave an inexperienced and or low talent set of corners on an island.
Yeah, and my thing is, I don't know how much more they can play man anymore with Vildor at cornerback now. I'm not sure what Aaron Glenn's going to have in his sleeve in terms of scheming, but I don't know if they're going to play more zone or they gotta come up with some designs. But yeah, they need that 1 seed, guys. They need to get somewhat healthy on that back end there and linebackers because Josh Allen picked them apart.
No, listen, you're right. It's just they're not going to – if you list out – how would I do this? If you list out the 5 best players on the team, call it 6 best players. I mean, Hutch is one. He ain't coming back. Aleem McNeil's one. He ain't coming back. Now, you could list Penei Sewell. He's there, no question. Amon-Ra, that's fine. But you don't get too far down the list before you find Carlton Davis. Carlton Davis was having a Pro Bowl caliber year. The problem, 3rd straight year he's hurt. This is why I didn't love the signing. It's going to be the 3rd straight year he misses at least 4 games.
Yeah.
Marcus Davenport, no, he's not one of your best players, but he was an important player because 6'7", 265-pound players don't grow on trees. Marcus Davenport, always hurt. He's out for the year again. So, these all cumulatively, And then, Rico, I think what people refuse to acknowledge is a lot of the backups are hurt. The Wingos of the world, the Kaminskis of the world. These guys play a big role, man. You're on fourth and fifth string guys in certain spots up front.
Well, here's the other thing is you probably can't even use Brian Branch to be that blitzing safety anymore because he's going to have to play a lot of the corner spots now because –
drop into that slot maybe, move Meek outside. The problem is he's 5'9". You can't. It's hard to play him on the perimeter. I want to see what it looks like. I'm not going to write off their season. But me saying, hey, man, no, I don't expect them to win the Super Bowl, I think that is probably off the table. Like, that's not giving up. I'll root like hell for it. But let me see what it looks like. Yeah. The next 3 weeks are going to be fascinating. Now, luckily, they get a free square this weekend. The Bears are an atrocity. Awful. 248-539-9797. We'll take a break from the Lions. David has got a blitz coming up. We'll get to that. And what do Kenny and Jerry Jones have in common? I'll explain. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Lions defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson says he's on track to return for the Super Bowl if they get there. In fact, he said, quote, "There's no other way," end quote, to be ready to play. Alex Lyon has been cleared to play for the Red Wings on the other side. He spoke with the media about the key to coming back from his injury. Per Bob Nightingale, Max Fried has passed his extensive physical in his own words, which makes his 8-year deal with the Yankees official. Both the Pistons and Wings have the night off. LCA still has some local basketball in action, however, as Oakland takes on Michigan State. Hear the game over on the Bet 1270 at 7. Live Golf's first TV deals with the CW. Now they're in talks with Fox Sports for their next deal, according to Awful Announcing. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. A little break from the stress that is the Lions. You got a week left if you haven't finished your shopping. Week from today, it all ends. You don't want to be at the mall. You don't want to be waiting by the door for a package. So every year, a week from Christmas, we just do 1 or 2 segments about this, and it is usually a complete effing disaster. It is the Hatchet Man Holiday Buying Guide.
Ho, 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 everybody.
Oh, boy.
How's everybody doing this year?
Jesus,
we are now 8 days away from Christmas.
A little too happy, but okay.
A little bit. Just dial it back just a little bit, buddy.
All right. We're 8 days away from Christmas, guys. And guess what? I haven't done any shopping. Not online, not in person, because I love the rush. I will get everything done last minute.
Your wife's a real lucky lady.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're like me and
he buys
you need
one gift and tells his sons it's going to be like the Hunger Games. The winner gets the gift.
And go, attack.
So if you need ideas, actually I don't need them, but if you need ideas, here are some ideas for you.
All right.
The car cleaning gel. If you want less than $10, you can go on Amazon and get the car cleaning gel. Now that will get in certain spots that you can't always get into, the cup holders, the air vents, the steering wheel,
your
different
wife.
Things. And Rico's already laughing. I'm serious here. It is a car cleaning gel. It gets in places you can't get.
You lost Rico once you started using words like crevice and cracks.
I was just waiting for Mike's response.
No, I guess it was more, who exactly is going to be thrilled to open up a gift box and it's car cleaning gel?
You know what?
Yeah.
Unless you know that meticulous car person who always keeps their car clean, not a spot in there, that works for them, but that's only like 3% of society.
Like, that's a stocking stuffer. Like my brother-in-law, Rip, as you call him.
Yeah.
Well, Rip would like that. That dude builds cars.
Okay.
He's a maniac. Hey, what are you working on, Scotty? I'm just, rebuilding an engine.
You know, I decided I was just going to make a tree.
All right, that's cool. I'm watching Army Navy. Have a good day.
David, it
Enjoy
seems like you're
playing
giving
with those
people
brake
chores.
calipers.
Oh, you're doing chores for this.
Yeah,
that's why it's
seems
not
like
appeasing.
a chore is what you're assigning me a task to do.
No, I think it's a stocking stuffer for the person who is that meticulous car guy.
Yeah, or it's a hint you live like a pig, clean your car. Carry on.
Here's a better option.
Okay.
Everyone wants air fryers. Everyone loves a toaster oven, something like that. So here is a Wonder Oven. It is a 7 by 10 inch air fryer.
Ooh.
So it's just small enough to,
like a Barbie Easy Bake?
It feels like that.
Whoa.
It does.
Whoa. You
My
watch
first
your
air
hooker
fryer.
mouth. Hold on a minute. Let me
They
just
take
tell
up
you
a lot
this.
of counter space.
This is how good air fryers are. All right? And I hope this never gets back to my mother. I haven't fried a chicken cutlet in years. Air fryer. The air fryers are unbelievable, fellas. I think they're an incredible gift.
Brother, you preach it to the choir. I mean, Kenny and I.
Yeah, we're all on Team Air Fryer.
Like, we're like, hey.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're like, okay, where can we get the air fryer and where can we stash it so that nobody else uses it?
We're trying to find somewhere in the office.
This one would work.
No, right. So we're trying to find. Now they're redoing the office, so we held off. But Kenny and I were about to get an air fryer just so for the two of us to use. Mike, I'm with you on that. The way it can bring certain things just back to like French fries. Just bring them back to life. Yes.
Anything at all. Wings, chicken, pizza.
You could air fry a shoe. It's a great gift. Great gift.
Yeah, you go out to breakfast and you're like to a Coney and you don't finish it. Take it home, put it in the air fryer. Tastes brand new.
Yeah, so this one is small enough not to take up a lot of counter space, but you can fit a 4.5-pound chicken in here.
David, why don't you save that one so when we get our air fryer, that might be the one, actually.
That might be it.
I will
You guys are going to get an office air fryer?
No, we're going to get a Rico and Kenny air
That's
fryer.
correct.
Wow, not even us, Mike.
No.
Not even us.
You guys can use it, but,
enjoy that in the open office concept. I'm sure that's going to be a hit.
And that's why we have to find some place to stash this.
Okay, next.
Next on the
in the
list.
Hatchet buying guide a week from Christmas.
The Ember Temperature Control Smart Mug. It's a 14-ounce mug. You can put whatever drink you want in it, and it will get to the ideal temperature between 120 and 145.
Okay, this is what I call useless technology.
Okay.
There are plenty of insulated coffee cups that keep your drink hot, or the minute you put something cold in, they stay cold. I don't need a computer in my coffee mug. I'm out on this. Useless tech.
I am with you as well. It's not like there's not enough insulated cups and thermoses out there. I mean, every year there's like that hot thermos that everybody wants to get, so I don't need tech.
Wasn't there like a Stanley one that got super popular on like TikTok or something like that?
It was the pink Stanley cup.
Yeah, that's the one.
And I had somebody tell me how it was so much better than every other cup. And I'm like, actually, it's not.
It's just more expensive, but sure.
Vodka out of? I could see Kenny just filling a 64-ouncer up with just straight booze, like Beth Dutton.
Throw some ice in there, it stays cold all day.
Yeah, all day, when you're, grinding tape and answering phones. Sure. I don't know. Go ahead. David, that one's a lousy gift. I think if you gave that to somebody, they wouldn't be happy with you.
All right. Do you have anyone in your family or friends that loves the great outdoors? Because
yes,
here,
my brother-in-law.
For under $80, you can get the America the Beautiful Pass. That will get you in any national park in the country.
Well, okay, hold on. It's great. It's idealistic. It's not realistic. What's he doing with his two little kids? Hey, honey, my sister. I'm going to Yellowstone for the weekend. You'd have to be a nomadic loser to use that thing.
Here we go. Hold on.
You become Clark Griswold.
Or hold on. It covers up to 4 adults at the site per person. Kids 15 and under get in free.
David, I got bad news for you. My sister would rather throw herself off a cliff than go camping. So
that's not going to happen.
New Yorkers don't
way.
camp, bro.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Hey, Detroiters don't either.
Wait, no, Rico only goes glamping.
No, I don't.
He doesn't go anything.
Camping is just practicing being homeless. That's it.
I'm with you. I've never understood it. Doesn't make any sense. Like, at least when guys set up a camp and they're going to go deer hunting or do a big hunting deal, I can understand that because it's a means to an end. You're out there chasing the prize. If you just camp because you want to be cold and wipe your boo-boo with a leaf, you've lost me.
Sleep on the ground. Once again,
I'm out.
Isn't this why we come to work every day? No, I'm good.
Next.
Here's another gift card and a gift box if you would like to do it. It's just $111. So what it is, you know how you can get the regular gift card to a restaurant here or an activity here? No, this one covers it all worldwide. So if you want to go to dinner in Paris, you can get this gift card and it will let you go to dinner in Paris.
What is this, the Rico Beard Interstellar Diners Club? What the hell is this?
13,000 activities are on this card.
So you go to Paris only to have them say, sorry, we don't take this card. What are you going to say? Can I speak to the manager in French?
It will tell you where you can go to eat. It can tell you the spa places, the adventure tours,
David,
everything.
This sounds great until you actually get to that foreign country and they're like,
you're in Brazil and you're stuck in Brazil. Yeah, sorry.
I think David's just trying to get rid of people left and right. He's sending people to national parks. Now he's sending people to Paris.
Yeah, David's just getting rid of everybody. I don't know. Fellas, here's my one thing. I'm not big on gift cards. They feel impersonal. No? Or is that just an old school mentality?
That's an old school mentality. No, Mike. If there's something that you see, like, yeah, you know what, this person will love. Like Kenny, here's an air fryer.
Yes.
I know Kenny's going to use his air fryer. Great. But if there's somebody who has like everything, you know what you want. I don't.
Yeah,
so go buy what you want and enjoy it. I'll pay for it.
See, I'm also weird too, fella. I don't like getting gifts. You know this. I hate it. I like giving gifts. Don't ever buy me anything. Leave me alone. I'll give the gifts and just say thank you. I don't want it. I hate getting gifts. It's so awkward.
He turns about 20 shades of. He looks like your sweatshirt.
Very
David.
true.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Very
Because
true.
then you're sitting there and you're on display.
No.
It's like I'm a zoo animal. Here, open this. And you got to think about what your reaction's got to be. And like, what if the gift sucks and you can't say it?
Mike, just say thank you and you move on. What? A gift? How dare you?
I literally, that's how I feel. I don't want anything. Nobody listens to me.
But
damn it.
A gift card is, to me, for that person who really does have everything. Yeah, I'm not going to figure out what you want. Either that or you're going to get to car jail. So take the gift card.
Correct. Wow.
Next.
I can close it out with something simple here, guys. Everyone has dogs. They have pets. You have to walk them. Many times in the dark, it is wintertime. So you can just get a simple headlight beanie.
Oh, dear God.
Put it on your head. It will keep you warm and you can see.
You know what, David? And if you don't have a dog, but you still like to go out for a walk. Because let's face it, it's dark at 3:30 now.
I see it plenty of times taking my son to school. People walking with the beanie on.
Rico, you are not allowed to walk around on a solo walk with a mining helmet.
Yeah, you are.
David is selling you a coal miner's helmet. You will be arrested.
Okay. I'm not going to say that I had one.
Yeah, it's not the hard hat, but it is a skull cap with a light on it. It is
it's
a
skull cap,
mining cap.
But yeah, because it gets dark at 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Kenny, Rico's walking around like one of the doozers from Fraggle Rock. I have got to see this.
Hi-ho, hi-ho.
David, it's a good gift. Like I said, if you have to take...
I got the black lung pop.
You got to walk the dog, or you just want to take a walk. It's not that bad out, but it's dark. You put that hat on. You don't have to carry a flashlight, and you can see where you're going.
I knew someone would love this. Thank you,
Rico's
Rico.
walking around on his daily walk like one of the village people. You got a construction vest, too?
He's off to the mines.
I actually do.
Oh, my goodness.
Good for you. You're supposed to.
Right,
Be
I
safe.
don't want to get hit by a car.
Hey, Mike, we're black. You can't see us.
Right. I go out there with the
on,
all-black
man.
hookup. Either you can't see me or you're calling the cops.
There you go. You got to have a light on.
Right.
Okay, PSA to everyone. If you see a mountain of a man dressed as a member of the village people, do not call the cops. It's just Rico on a saunter. Jesus. And that, with a week to go, is David's god-awful gift guide. If your furnace isn't running right, you need a reliable service provider. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. And they got generators in stock as well. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle-up discount as well. It's mastercraftheating.com.
Hey, the holiday season is here, and I need internet service that allows me to stream all the football playoff action and the bowl action while I'm on the go. That is Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers me the fastest internet on the largest Geek Speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second. And enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats during football season. Get started today. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Hell is this?
Justin Bieber, missile.
Get rid of it. I don't know if this is another Kenny Cott drunk selection.
This is all
an atrocity.
me. All me.
That's awful, and you know it. Ticket text. If you want Lions talk immediately, Odyssey.com. Rewind, 3 o'clock. Kind of tackled the day and pathwaying. All right, let's reset where we're at. And this is, can they get 3-0? Can they get this 1 seed? And then reassess what it looks like in Super Bowl talk after that. We'll get back to that at 5 o'clock. David, ticket text first.
The headlamp gift is a great idea. The car gel, not so much. Someone else says the Ember mug is awesome. You guys are so wrong about it.
I don't know how I could be wrong. I just like my coffee the way I like it. I'm good.
Try roasting a whole chicken in the air fryer, 80 minutes, 370 in your office. Yeah, I'm sure people will have a great time with that.
I can't wait for Rico and Kenny to attempt this in an open office concept. Yeah, that'll be awesome.
We're not cooking a chicken in there, but no.
No, I want you to now. No, that's happening.
We're just going to heat up like fries or leftovers or whatever
Right.
we're bringing in, you know. Although we could try the chicken one day. It'd be an interesting experiment.
You know what? We could do it over the holidays. There'll be nobody else here.
Okay.
Just do it any day that ends in a Y. Sales is never here.
Headlight beanie is a great gift for any mechanic, though, not
Yeah, I was gonna
anybody
say.
else.
Yeah, not for Rico on a leisurely stroll. That's insanity.
It works.
When I was a kid, I asked my dad, why don't we go camping? He said, you're Italian, and walked away. That's JoJo and Macomb.
JoJo and I were raised very similarly, I take it.
Substitute Italian for black, and it works just the same.
I wanted to pass along a note, and it's Tiger related, and I thought it was interesting, if I'm going to be polite. Did you guys read the quotes from Alex Cobb?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Here's what I'll read you, and if you listen, if you have something to add to it, go ahead. I just want to put this out there. Now, look, it's a lot like the conversation about the Lions. You can't get hung up in one thing. It's not that Alex Cobb is terrible. It's that he's 37. He's been hurt 4 of 6 years, and you paid an ungodly amount of money, $15 million to him, with incentives that could bring it to 17. I'm sorry. It's asinine. He wasn't thinking about the Tigers after game 1 of the ALCS. He was thinking about retiring. Quote, honestly, that was heavy on my mind after that start. I had to come out with another nagging issue. I thought after a year of battling, I didn't know if there'd be much interest. Early on, when teams were calling, I was surprised by the interest. You get yourself back in the gym, you're working out and throwing again, and you convince yourself you can do it, but do it at a successful level where I expect to be. The fact that this guy was mulling retirement and was surprised by the interest, but then the fact that the Tigers, look, this is probably a guy you pay $8 million to. If he pitches 150 innings, Rico, he's making $17 million next year. This guy, he should have retired, quite honestly. But if a team picks up the phone and offers you 15, and if you go 140, 16, 150, 17, yeah, you're going to go ahead and pitch one more year. Because no matter what happens, you're getting paid $17 million. And it could be the worst 150 innings ever. He could have a 4.5 ERA, $17 million. I just
thought it was funny. Yeah, I was ready just to quit and ring. It's Detroit. Hello.
Wait, you want to pay me what? No,
what?
I didn't say that. Yeah, I'll be there in 5.
Hey, you know what? Hey, cancel that the state park subscription. I'm going to go pitch for the Tigers.
It's crazy. And as far as the other free agency stuff goes, wow. Alex Bregman thing, Mets are sniffing around. Sounds like the Red Sox are circling back around. Every article I've read the last 3 days, none of them has featured the Tigers. That doesn't mean you're not in it. But Alex Bregman, that's where that stands. I did see ESPN today. There might be a shift in the market for Flaherty. They did predictions on free agents. They've actually predicted Flaherty back to you. Look, I wouldn't have a problem with it because the rotation is still woefully thin. It's Skubal and what? So now 37-year-old Alex Cobb, who's always hurt. Reese Olson's got to prove he can stay healthy. And then it's Maeda and Mize. And look, Job is not starting the year with this team. So, yeah, we all wanted a number 2. We wanted someone to put with Skubal. I would welcome Flaherty back. I would need to see the terms. But here's the other thing. This is the real reason I brought this up. Rico, do you believe we will get anything before spring training on Skubal negotiations?
No, because it seemed like the easiest layup. You just get it done. You need him. Like, it's taking so long for some reason. I don't think it's going to happen now. I thought it was going to happen. Would it be one of the first things even before they got to the winter meetings? Oh, and by the way, Skubal, long-term deal, we're done. Because Skubal, even during the season, Mike, would always defer to his agent. Hey, guys, that's above my pay grade. I want to be here, but yeah, kind of don't look at me. So to answer your question, no, I think it's probably going to go all the way into spring training.
Oh God, I'll just tell you this: I don't want to do another year of Skubal trade stuff. I don't. And unfortunately, if he's not signed by the start of the year, how they're playing will dictate those conversations. All right. I hope that's not the case. I hope we get a report. Hopefully it's under people's Christmas tree and Skubal signed. But all we've heard is non-competitive offer, radio silence. Now, when Corbin Burns signs, I think that's when I'll hopefully get some nuggets about Skubal. You're going to want the next guy to reset that market. Look, Max Fried getting the longest deal ever given out to a lefty, that helps Skubal's camp, right? Mm-hmm. Max getting 8 and $215 or whatever it is. I'm hopeful, and we all know hope is not a game plan. David, any ticket text, and we'll move along. I do have that Jerry Jones thing, and then we'll get a football today, and then, yes, we will lock back into the Lions at 5 o'clock.
It still feels like Harris is signing guys just to trade at the deadline. I thought we were beyond this.
I mean, if you don't sign players with term, it's hard to fight that narrative, is what I would say. So you're not wrong.
Regarding the gift, somebody says, so you already shelled out a lot of money to go to France, and then you pull out a coupon for dinner?
Little tough to accept. Little tough to accept.
Oh, my. I keep an air fryer in my truck so I can cook my lunch at work every day. That is Matt in a box truck. That makes sense. He has nothing else, so yeah.
Okay, I'm telling you, there's a world that Kenny has an air fryer in his car. I could absolutely see that.
If I could find one that could plug in, absolutely. I'd consider it.
I could see Kenny heating up some of his famous popper bread on his way home.
Nice. I keep it in the fridge, heat it up on the way home. Nice little drive time snack. I like that.
Jesus. Good God.
You haven't lived till you had the popper bread, dude.
Okay.
I have no idea what popper bread is.
I haven't lived.
It's his favorite snack. He's got a little spot out there in
popper bread.
Metamora where he lives, and they make a jalapeno.
You just dip it right here.
That is the last time that drop will be played today, my friend.
I have a feeling it might be played next. I got something for you, Kenny. Man, I didn't know you were related to Jerry Jones. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions officially making a few moves this afternoon. Carlton Davis, Khalil Dorsey, and Ali McNeil have been placed on injured reserve. Linebacker Anthony Pittman, who they picked up from the Jaguars practice squad, has been elevated to the active roster as well. Per U of M beat writer Aaron McMahon, Bryce Underwood is officially admitted to the university and he will begin practicing in 2 days with the Wolverines. Oakland plays Michigan State tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Greg Kampe wouldn't tip his hand in his attire, though. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, we'll get back to the Lions at 5, get you some football in about 10 minutes. A quick note, Rico, just another, and I'm not blaming you for it, but again, it's another coach who said, I've had enough of the current model of college football, and I'm going to go enjoy my family. And he's one of the good guys in the sport. His players do love him. I know nobody will care if you're snooty, but Wake Forest head coach Dave Clawson has just abruptly walked away.
Is that what happened?
He cited.
Okay.
What's up?
It said that's what happened because whenever it's an abrupt, I'm like, okay, I hope it's because he wanted to leave and not because the school wanted him to leave.
No, he's one of the good guys. He's well respected. And again, I'm not telling you anyone's supposed to, heart's supposed to bleed over Wake Forest football, but, you're seeing coaches say, I'm done with this crap. This is nonsense. I mean, hell, we're not even getting into it today, but, Penn State's backup quarterback, who they do use in a Wildcat format, this Bo Pabula, he left. They're in the playoff. Mm-hmm. And James Franklin railed against it and is like, yeah, the kid came to me and said, Coach, I'm in an impossible spot. I do want to play. I know Drew's coming back to school. If I wait until the playoffs are over, I can't enroll anywhere. It's just so broken. I mean, first of all, the kid shouldn't be in that position.
No.
But there are no adults. There's no one running this thing. No. So,
and you know what the funny thing is? These are supposedly the smartest people, the heads of institutions.
Right.
And they can't get this thing right. And the thing is, when you try to bring up the facts to them, they try to defer or just gaslight you. Oh, everybody likes it this way. No one likes it this way. No one. No, you guys are idiots, but they just try to justify. It's like watching Meet the Press on Sunday morning. It's like, well, no, this is what the people want. No, it's not.
So I just wanted to put this out there, and then we can get to far more serious issues. But we do take great pleasure, both as human beings, me as a Giants fan, Rico as a Niners fan, or you as a Lions fan. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys have hurt all of us. Jerry Jones is pretty annoying. And I think the only time I've ever laughed and said, you know what, really nice job, Jerry, would be the height of the pandemic where he attended the NFL draft on his Bond yacht. Mm-hmm. That was a moment. But Jerry Jones lost his damn mind, and I think we figured out the reason why. He's been on the Kenny diet. This was on 105.3 The Fan when asked if he's ever eaten raccoon after we had fun at Xavier Legette's expense, the Carolina Panthers rookie who, by the way, screwed you as a Lions fan by dropping the game-winning touchdown. What was that again, Xavier? Okay, we'll try again later. He admitted he hunts, kills, skins, and eats raccoon. Jerry Jones responded, quote, I've eaten a lot of raccoon, and the answer is yes, it's not uncommon at all, unless you're a hillbilly. One of the favorites is squirrel. It's wonderful. We've all had our favorite pieces. My mom and I would even ask for the brain of the squirrel. Delicious. Seriously. Close quote. Yeah, there it is. His brain's being rotted by rabies. That's why he didn't sign Derrick Henry. We've gotten to the bottom of it. Squirrel brains. Squirrel brains.
See, this feels like a very long-form way of just hurling an insult my way, which I appreciate, but that's what this is.
Compared to that type of hillbilly country ass, you're a metropolitan. I mean, you're high society compared to this hill jack. You got to be kidding me.
Papa Bread doesn't sound so bad now all of a sudden, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't, Kenny.
How do you prepare squirrel brain?
Nope, not doing it. I'm just telling you, he said this on the radio. Even if that's a family delicacy, I don't think you bring that up. You probably keep that to yourself, especially when your fans think you're insane. People who are covering the league don't know what's going on with Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. Yeah, maybe caught some bad squirrel brain. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
It's like it's a possum, squirrel. Yeah, we have it all. Wow.
And if you haven't heard Xavier Legette appearing on Amon-Ra St. Brown's podcast, I highly encourage it. You will need subtitles. I have been very blessed in this life to travel a lot of places and encounter a lot of really unique people. I have never, and I mean never, encountered someone with an accent like Xavier Legette. I mean, Darius Slay was tough. This is next level. You can't understand a word. It's that country.
Well, if you would like to know how to do squirrel brains, Rico, you can brown it. Then you blend it in a pot, cook it for an hour and 15 minutes, and add turnips and cook for another 30 minutes, and you have squirrel brain.
Okay, well, no to all of this. Thank you.
And you can have that for Thanksgiving.
No, not if you plan on seeing your family again.
So you don't have the Italian way of doing this, Mike?
No, I promise you that.
You made those mascarpone potatoes.
There's no forest squirrel soup or anything?
Nah, bro. I got nothing for you. I don't know what kind of hill jacks you got to find in Italy or what parts of Italy you got to go to. I don't know what an Italian hillbilly is, but yeah, I ain't got nothing in the family archives for that. Woo. All right, ticket text, and we'll get to a football today. But yeah, there's maybe why Jerry Jones is losing his mind.
Well. Squirrel is actually excellent, someone says. He's from the 810. Okay.
Oh, my God.
Guess I'm okay there. A squirrel brain in the air fryer is amazing.
Okay, there's the debut. Kenny, air fryer, middle of the office, squirrel.
I don't want to ruin it right away. I want to give it a little bit of time.
Oh, my Lord. Yes. Someone else says squirrel is amazing. You have to try it.
No. The answer is no.
Congratulations, Kenny, for being related to Jerry Jones. Go get some of that money.
Kenny's been sandbagging us all these years. He's actually a trust fund kid.
You think if I was a trust fund kid, I'd be working here?
Also a fair point. I'll stand down.
Oh, man, nothing crazy about eating squirrel. It is delicious.
Hold on. Man, we are better than this. This is Detroit. This is what kind of hill jacks live in this area?
Man, Mike, you can take some people out of the country, but you can't take the country out of them.
Well, here's Daryl from Livonia. Just had smoked squirrel this weekend. It was delightful.
Oh my God.
Smoked
I think
squirrel.
I'd rather watch Giants football than some of these recipes.
I mean, is it a difference between the orange squirrel and the gray squirrel?
Well, I don't know, but someone says it tastes like chicken, so.
Nope. No. I'm sorry. The answer is no.
That's the quickest way to make sure I never come back over to your house. What is this? Squirrel. Out.
Oh, I'm not making it, so you're good.
I'm out.
Look, I just brought up Jerry Jones copying to this on a. The genesis of this was all Amon-Ra St. Brown. Blame him. He had Xavier Legette on, and he started talking about his process of eating raccoon. It's all full circle back to a Detroit Lion. Okay. Amon-Ra's response. If you play that audio for the people who haven't heard it, Amon-Ra literally, I think it's, wait, what did you say? And then the other guy is like, you mean like the ones that are in your garbage? Play this audio for the people. Sweet mother of mercy.
Hey, wait, why does it, to me, it sounds like a bad Matthew McConaughey.
All I can tell you, Rico, is there was a day and age when Darius Slay played for the Detroit Lions, and we would take his clippings and play a game called What Did Slay Say? Oh. When I tell you he makes Darius Slay sound like a poet, I don't know what to I've never in my life heard an accent like that.
I was about to say Louis Delmas.
Oh, dear.
Subtitles.
Fair enough.
You had to hold your phone up as the translator. Okay, say that again in the phone. Okay.
Slow it down. Yeah, he had to be Kevin McAllister when he had the little recording device.
Right.
This is Kevin McAllister, the father.
Right.
Oh, what was that, Amon-Ra? Credit card? You got it. All right, that's enough. Let's get to a football today. We'll get the Lions in the mix at 5 o'clock as well. God, Jerry Jones. Never change. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you. The Fan, 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Carlton Davis, Khalil Dorsey, and Ali McNeil have been placed on injured reserve for the Lions. Wayne State product and linebacker Anthony Pittman is back in Detroit. He was plucked off the Jacksonville practice squad. Dan Campbell said, "Look out for the Lions" on our air this morning. Alex Lyon has been cleared to play for the Red Wings. Derek Lalonde hopes the same will be true for Cam Talbot by the weekend. Lalonde was not sure today if the team would carry all three goalies going forward, saying he just wants to get to that situation first. The Yankees are acquiring Cody Bellinger from the Cubs plus $5 million to cover his contract. Chicago receiving 30-year-old reliever Cody Petite. In his age 28 season, Bellinger hit .266 with 18 home runs. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, you hate to see it. You mean to tell me the world didn't end when we didn't get Soto? Weird. By the way, Rico, this is what I mean. I mean, the Cubs went and got Kyle Tucker. They didn't want to be in the Bellinger business anymore.
Right.
He had broken ribs last year. No, he'll never be a league MVP again like he was in his second year. But, like, you bring that type of left-handed bat. I know the Tigers need a right-handed bat. The point is, trades happen. Teams are willing to dump payroll. Are you willing to take it? Bellinger in that stadium is like an automatic 30 home runs. That's a four-war player. And the Yankees got him plus cash for a stiff. So it's Fried, Bellinger, and Devin Williams, all for $50 million. Juan Soto makes 51. So
that's good shopping.
Yeah, I mean, but again, when we talk about the Tigers, value. We talked Tigers earlier in the show. It was just the idea of, look, I mean, is Flaherty maybe a guy that they could circle back to? ESPN says Tigers could be in it for him. I'm not seeing them listed for Bregman anymore, but it's just, I don't even know if the Yankees are done, by the way. You may very well see Christian Walker or Pete Alonso in pinstripes.
Really?
So while the Yankees are doing all that stuff, that's why fans here are left going, look, we don't need to spend $60 million or $60. Could we spend anything on a bat we care about? And so far the answer's been no. We'll see. They've got time. They got to make a trade, though, because it doesn't look like free agency is going to be for them. But that's not what we're here to talk about. You just heard the Dan Campbell audio. And Rico and I have a different spin on this. Now, it was fun. It's motivational. Probably was great with your cup of coffee driving to work, but that doesn't change anyone's opinion because those words aren't going to line up at D-tackle. Those words aren't going to line up at running back. The injuries sustained this past weekend, you can say whatever you want. I mean, I love Dan Campbell, but he's got to say what he said on the morning show. You can't flinch. A, it's not in his DNA, and B, he's never going to send the team that message. So for him to come out with the impassioned speech he had, you can use Odyssey.com rewind if you want. We're not going to play the whole thing here. It was great, but it doesn't sway where we're at on this show, which is it's gone from I expect them to win the Super Bowl to God, I hope they could even make it. And I asked a question to lead today, and I want everyone's opinion. Let's forget about the words Super Bowl. Just take it out of the discussion, and let's just talk about the 1 seed. That if they have a pathway left after losing Ali McNeil for the year, and Carlton Davis drinking out of a straw for 6-8 weeks, and losing David Montgomery, and losing Hutch, and losing all the players they've lost, if they have any hope of ever getting to part 2, which would be the word we're not going to say, isn't it Doctor Strange only one way? They must go 3-0 down the stretch here. They must get the 1 seed. They must get the bye week and get the home games so that they can win games the way they probably have to win it, which is a shootout. Fast track, indoors, your team, your town, your fans. That is the only way I think I'll be able to get to, okay, now what does a pathway to word I won't say anymore look like? Do you subscribe to that? The Bears are a corpse. The Niners are corpse light. And then the Vikings are good. They gave you a hell of a game when you were a hell of a lot healthier. And you beat them on a last-second field goal. All right. These are the tests before you. I want to know if I don't think it's copium. I just think I'm selling you the only thing that would get me to re-engage the conversation about the word I won't say. You have to get the 1 seed. Otherwise, I don't believe there's a real shot. I don't believe you're going on the road multiple times. I don't believe not having the bye week. There's no team in football that needs it more. Rico, I've rolled everything into the 1 seed now to have any realistic shot. Is that wrong of me? Does that make me a bad fan, according to the mouth breathers?
No, it doesn't make you a bad fan. It just makes you a more realistic fan. It's not even about playing at Ford Field. It's about the week off. It's about having time for players between that game and the next game, 13 days to rest up and get healthier and add more pieces to this defense. Because let's face it, I mean, Dan Campbell said that, like, if we win by 1, great. Like, you're going to see uber aggressive Dan gamble to the extreme because he knows we have to. It's why you saw him kick an onside kick with 12 minutes left in the game. I got to create a turnover. I don't think I can rely on my defense to do this. I have to figure out a way. Yeah, you need that time off. Yes, playing at home at Ford Field is great. You're going to have the fans. But you need some rest, man, because I don't think you want the opposite of that would be right after you play Minnesota here, you have to catch a flight to the West Coast to either play the winner of the NFC West. You could be playing Stafford or going out to Seattle to play Geno Smith. Good luck with that.
248-539-9797. Is the 1 seed the only pathway to hope to making the Super Bowl? Or do you buy, do you buy into the Dan Campbell speech? It's Detroit versus everybody. Miracles happen, and you're just not willing to change your perspective. I don't know how they're going to do this without the 1 seed. Before, hell, you would have been favored in Philly. Now, I think you're the 4th choice to win the Super Bowl. It's all shifted since your injury Sunday, and that's Vegas. I mean, you could throw Vegas out. It doesn't matter. The Giants are probably the longest shot on the board in 07. I respect that. It can happen. But we're talking about, look, all of us, united, believe this team was doing it. It was an expectation. We're doing this. We're having a parade. At a minimum, if you said, hey, I don't know if they'll win the Super Bowl, I believe in my heart they're getting there, that's fine too. Now, it's hope. I just hope they could surprise. But I do think what you said and what's in that speech, Rico, yeah, maybe it's Campbell at another level of aggression. I mean, maybe it just turns into something completely different. With 4th and 11, I don't know.
And I guess
I don't know.
And I guess the speech came. I got some context. I guess Cookies asked him, "What do you say to fans who say you've experienced too many injuries, and this team's going to be different?" And that was the genesis of that fiery
but
speech.
He didn't really address the injuries. It was more, I don't care if we have 50 yards, I'll smile, and it's like, yeah, so will we. I don't know. Like all of it, I don't get too engaged with it. I think it's fun for fans, but. I look at the data and I look at what you lost. And I mean, again, to put it into context, right, on the same day that Aiden Hutchinson does a podcast and says, well, I'm going to be back for the Super Bowl. Yeah, sure. The point is, Aleem McNeil is your best pass rusher. Think about that. You just lost 50 pressures. 50. You lost a guy who's a top 5 D tackle in the sport. That's an all-pro type player. And a guy who single-handedly kind of held it together up front. He's Chris Jones. Mm-hmm. He's Aaron Donald. He's Dexter Lawrence. That's what you just lost. Like, I don't take that lightly, and I don't think speeches make up for that. And you've lost Davenport, and you've lost Hutchinson. I mean, you've lost an entire defensive line and several of the primary backups to those players. So I always return right back to that. You win with the tip of the sword. Mm-hmm. Your offensive line is healthy, in quotations, but they do look beat up. In the last 2 weeks, going from 4.8 yards a carry to 3.2. Watching Frank Ragnow get steamrolled a couple of times. Dude, Taylor Decker's been banged up. Glasgow got x-rays. Zeitler's 100 years old, and I love him. I hated when the Giants let him go, but he's old. This is the time of year, man. It's hard to be playing at a high level. You don't believe me? Talk to TJ Lang about it. How many years TJ had to play with a broken foot, a torn labrum in his hip, things that don't appear on the injury report, but you play through it. Mm-hmm. Well, I think you got some guys doing some stuff like that. That's my opinion. I'm not breaking news. My opinion. Watching what I'm watching and your line not looking dominant, those are the conclusions I draw. So I would love to know where you guys are at, because I do think the 1 seed now is like the bare minimum to having real hope.
Yeah.
Even fleeting hope. You tell me if you agree or disagree. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the phone calls. Also, a reminder, you see Rico tonight at LCA. Shake his hand. He is being honored
Just
along
watch
with his
the game.
fraternity. It is Founders Night at LCA. They will be raising his crested quarter zip to the rafters. Big night tonight for MSU and OU. And Rico's a big part of it. We're proud of you, buddy. Hey, when it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Look, real lawyers, real solutions, real experience. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They will advocate for you, get on the offensive, and stand between you and the IRS. They'll save your dollars and hopefully your headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mountain, to be exact. Hamilton Chevrolet wants to be a Chevy dealer, and Andrew Pavlik and his Chevy staff will make sure they take care of your needs, because they're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the December Rico deal. Will make a great Christmas gift. I'm just saying. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a new sleek Equinox for just $299 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal, maybe for Christmas. I'm just saying. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive. That's Dan Campbell on the morning show. If you want the complete interview, Odyssey.com Rewind. Encourage you to go do that for all of our shows. Let's go right to the people. We'll get ticket text later, David. A lot of people have a lot to say. We begin with really one of the greatest names of all. Mike is going to lead off the 5 o'clock hour. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How we doing today?
Hey, Mike.
Good, Mikey. What's on your mind?
Just saying all hope's not lost. Just saying we need the 1 seed. I don't think we absolutely need it. Would it make it easier? Yes. Obviously, with Monty going down, Craig Reynolds is a heck of a football player. If anyone likes ball more than St. Brown, it's probably Craig Reynolds. He's a great runner. We're going to have Avaki coming in, getting some snaps. Our defense is going to look okay by playoffs. The line should be Reeder, Pascal, Smith, Martin. Angeloni should be coming back for playoffs. Our secondary is going to be pretty darn healthy for playoffs. I don't know. All hope's not lost. We lose our first game in 11 games. And, yeah, fans are kind of freaking out. Injuries are a huge thing, but I just feel like everyone needs to take a little chill pill.
Yeah, I don't care about the loss. So you can put that on other people, Mike. The loss doesn't mean anything. I'm with you. Like, you're not going to win every game forever. Totally with you. It was the injuries. I mean, Aleem is just such an incredible football player. Losing Carlton Davis is a killer. You can't have Terry and Arnold as your one. He's not ready yet. And then, Montgomery was the chef's kiss. I'm like, are you kidding me? The day after. And then you add it to what you've already lost. Mike, here's the thing. If your scenario is going to play out, there can't be any other injuries in the next 3 games. Like, somehow you've got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
You're just out of bodies.
If all goes well. I mean, maybe. I'm not saying it's going to happen because it is Brad Holmes. Some guys off the waiver. I know we just picked up Pittman. He's back. But, man, we either need some bodies or we just need to start playing some smarter football because something's going on. It's not a coincidence.
Mike, you know what it is? Mike, unfortunately, you got screwed. The football gods screwed you. This team was going to win the Super Bowl, Mike. Mm-hmm. They were. I believe it in my heart. And I just feel like you got screwed.
I called in week 7, and I was like, I'm already on the freaking 16-1 train. like it was like I knew it was going to happen, and the guys just wiped it away. Hey,
they just took it away. I mean, it's the same thing that look, it happened to me in 2008. They took it away. I mean, Plaxico decided to put a gun in his sweatpants and shoot himself. We lost our best offensive lineman. We lost Justin Tuck, all in like the same week. Giants end up going 1-3 down the stretch. They were 12-1 at the time of the injuries, and they lose in the first round of the playoffs. Giants are going to repeat as Super Bowl champions. Nobody was coming close to them. We got screwed. Now, one of our players was a moron, but we got screwed. And that's like, I'm sensitive to it because I've experienced it. You guys don't deserve it. At least I was coming off of a Super Bowl championship. You guys, of all fan bases in this league, did not deserve what has happened to this team injury-wise. And it's not excuses, it's reasons. When you lose all pro caliber players, those aren't excuses. Those are reasons, man.
Because, Mike, it went from potential Super Bowl matchup to now you feel like, okay, Buffalo's got to fix the defense, but they got enough offense, they can make it to the Super Bowl. You don't feel the same way about the Lions, the way you did going into that game.
I'm glad we have 3 weeks left, Rico, because at least we'll get to see real data 12 quarters of football. We'll get a look at what this thing looks like. Look, they'll look good this weekend. I expect them to come out and demolish the Bears. If they don't, that's a big red flag to me. But then it gets to, all right.
But even with the history of the Lions and the Bears over the last couple of years?
Only because it feels like this Bears team has quit. They've already fired a coach. Thomas Brown, he just looks clueless. You got Caleb looking to the heavens. I don't know, man.
But you can play Mad Libs and say, pick that year that you're saying this about the Bears, because you could have said the same thing last year.
All right, have they ever played a Bears team on a 10-game losing streak?
Okay, you win.
It just feels decidedly different, man.
They had
look,
but at least last year it was like, are you going to keep your quarterback? Are you going to let him go? What's going on?
I know.
But I get it.
Man,
You're right.
You know what?
You're right.
Fine. Hey, hell with it. You know what? If you're right, we got bigger problems than even we realize. How about that? Maybe I'm using hopium. I just viewed it that watching the Bears the last 2 weeks, after 4 or 5 weeks of fighting, holy hell, Rico. What the? I mean, like what they've put on tape the last 8 quarters, oh my God, it should be brought to you by Cabo.
What Caleb Williams looked like on the sideline after he looked like he wanted to quit football.
Correct.
Yeah.
The Bears. All right, let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, gotta say, probably one of the first times I'm actually agreeing with you.
Okay.
I agree. I think the only way that they're taking it is if they get the number 1 seed. They when you mentioned the number, I thought you said just before I went to the dentist, 19 defensive players, right?
Yeah.
Are on injured reserve.
Yeah.
That's, I knew there was a lot, and I just didn't know the exact number, but 19, that's almost 2 defensive squads,
Yes.
It's just, I agree with you. I think the only way they make it to the Super Bowl, I'm not saying they're going to win, I'm just saying they're going to make it. And I was the guy last week that was saying they're still going to win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And that's all I wanted to say, man.
No, Paulie, I'm with you, brother. I think if you can skip, they need a bye week badly, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can get 2 games on your home turf, indoors, fast track, get these fans behind you, maybe they could will their way to it. But man, if they don't get the 1 seed, no, I'm with Rico on it. You're adding a 3rd game to the mix. You're going on the road. Yeah, I mean, I don't make a habit of BSing my listeners. I said you were winning the Super Bowl all season. I stuck with it. I felt it. This past week with those 3 injuries, Jesus, Marion Joseph. Well, 4 injuries because you took away a backup corner in Khalil Dorsey. So now he's gone. It ain't next man up anymore. So it just, hey, we will all have 3 weeks to get our emotions in order. We're going to see what it looks like. We're going to be able to make decisions, right, as fans. But I swear, like, they're at a point where the levee may have already broken. The next 3 weeks, they can't lose anybody. Anybody. And forget about what we experienced when Taylor Decker was down and you had the skipper experience at left tackle. Like, forget about the offense. We're all just assuming the offense will stay healthy. But defensively, you can't lose anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not going to start saying names because I won't put it into the universe.
Right.
Just anybody.
Right.
So that's kind of where we've landed. I mean, I'm in hope phase. I hope they get this done, man. No town deserves it more. I'm actually angry, even though I'm not yelling. I'm angry on behalf of our listeners because, Rico, why? Why this team? Why these fans? Like this, literally, Philly has 4 players on the IL. You have 22.
Yeah, the pendulum has swung because earlier in the year, Philly didn't look like they were going to be that great of a team, but you were rolling, and then, wow. Now all of a sudden, Philly looks like the team to beat in the NFC. You're right. Minnesota, I need to see what you actually do against a good team, and they're going to finish out the year. Good news for you Lions fans. They go to Green Bay, and then they come to Detroit to finish out their year.
Yeah, they're at Seattle this week, aren't they?
And they're at Seattle this week. So, yeah. How'd that happen? How'd you finish with 3 games on the road? Huh. But, yes. So, if anything, they will probably take a loss. But, yeah, you're looking at Philly. And for Philly, you're hoping that they lose because I don't think that they're going to lose to the Cowboys. I don't think they're going to lose to your Giants. I don't think you're going to let them lose to your Giants, Mike.
I'll will it into existence.
Right.
We will lay down. All right. We will get, we got David's buying guide. Tons of Lions conversation today. It's going to be a conversation all week, man, as we head into this Bears game. Rico at the banner raising tonight at LCA. Founders Night as his crested Q-zip goes to the rafters. Very excited. Will you be chopping it up with both coaches pregame?
I'm just hoping to make it there in time, Mike. I'm just hoping both teams play well.
Okay, both teams have fun.
Right.
We all know Hungry Howie's famous for flavored crust pizza. Also, college football playoff this weekend. Huge NFL action. Or maybe you're just a depressed Lions fan and you want to eat your feelings due to injuries. Hungry Howie's has you covered. Just download that Hungry Howie's app. You'll get a free Howie bread with any online order of $25 or more. So whether it's the Penn State game or Lions, Bears, or anything in between, Hungry Howie's has you covered. Again, download the app. Any online order of $25 or more, get the free Howie bread. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Lions have elevated Anthony Pittman to the active roster after picking him up from the Jaguars' practice squad. Pittman has played in just one NFL game this season with Jacksonville, but plenty with Detroit over the last 4 years. Michigan State has landed an offensive lineman transfer. Former Western Carolina Peace Caleb Carter is committed to the Green and White. They also picked up running back Elijah Tau-Toliver from Sacramento State. Tau-Toliver logged 958 yards and 7 scores last season. ESPN MLB insider David Schoenfield is predicting that the Tigers and free agent pitcher Jack Flaherty will reunite again this offseason. The NBA is trying something new for the All-Star Game, creating a 4-team tournament. The teams will be comprised of 8 All-Stars each, headed up by honorary GMs Charles Barkley, Shaq, Kenny Smith, and Candace Parker. 2 teams will meet in a semifinal before advancing to a championship game. Each contest will be decided by the first to reach 40 points as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. It's simple. NBA, only way to watch this damn league is probably to place some money on it. They got a ton of new NBA markets, dunks, assists, three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. They got the 1 to 15 stuff and profit boosts left, right, and center. Doesn't matter. Tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it, tipped off, play live. Nobody has more NBA betting markets. You bet $5, you get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. Tons of Lions discussion. Had a little fun today as well. A couple notes on the Tigers. And again, the Lions thing, we're all going to process moving forward. And the good part is there's a game this weekend. So we'll move forward, see what it looks like. They got 3 weeks. They got to go 3-0. They got to get this 1 seed. I'll be very interested, not with the Bear game, because, look, maybe Rico's right. Maybe I'm overlooking decades of historical data. I just think this particular Bears team has packed it in, I guess I expect the Lions to look good this week, and if they don't, that's a major red flag to me. But we'll talk more about it. And obviously, we're going to have some fun with the holidays looming. It can't all be doom and gloom with the Lions. David, some ticket text before Rieger and Woj come in.
Mike, I've never agreed with you more than having to win these 3 games. We need the 1 seed. If not, we're done. That is Derek in Brighton. Someone else says, I'm the biggest Lions homer on the planet, but I think this year has passed us by. Injuries happen and they change a season. I'm ready to run it back next year, but this year's done, barring a massive surprise.
Yeah, I'm not ready to say it's done. I think being the favorites is done. I think expecting things is done. I think now we just kind of get in that, David's going to lead a prayer circle, and we're going to hope. Look, that's really what you're doing when you make the NFL playoffs. Very few teams ever have the expectation of winning the Super Bowl. That's rarefied air. That's how much I think about your team. Now I just think you go right back to the rest of the pack of, all right, let's get lucky.
My Lions season tickets now feel like a boarding pass for the Titanic.
No, come on.
Oh,
people.
my
gosh. If Jared Goff and Sewell get hurt this weekend, well, then you're right. Iceberg right ahead. But come on, let's not go there.
If the Lions don't get the 1 seed, I look at the fact that the Lions are 6-0 on the road and 6-2 at home. That gives me hope. Pizza Guy from Belleville.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It's got nothing to do with the playoffs, but sure, rock and roll.
Are you guys being bad fans right now? Bad fans.
Don't you love that term? Unless you're like a lunatic cultist, you're a bad human. It's like, no, I'm just hoping they can get this done now.
I must admit,
how dare you?
Old MCDC Danny Campbell got me fired up this morning listening to him. I'm ready to play. Let's go. Enough of the moldy bread. Oh, no, we need more moldy bread
you
now.
don't line up at defensive tackle and play at an all-pro level, so I'm going to go ahead and disregard that.
I understand that. We can throw some moldy bread out there, but...
perfect. Yeah, it's called the New York Giants. Moldy bread.
Oh, come on. You know there's going to be a T-shirt. There's going to be a rallying cry. That's pitching chaos, right? It's just moldy bread.
No,
only it's
if
all
it
the
led to
things I
something.
can't stand. I don't like bits. I'm just tired of it. Go ahead and make a T-shirt. Do whatever you like.
I don't think moldy bread is worthy of a T-shirt unless
I
they
disagree.
Do keep winning with this patchwork group.
Well,
now,
if he manages to drag this defense across the finish line, I already said it. Rooftop stadium statue. You put a 300-foot tall Dan Campbell on top of Ford Field with the LED lights that we didn't get for Little Caesars Arena.
Oh, that could
full Statue of Liberty style Dan Campbell statue on top of Ford Field.
No, on top of the new Gilbert building, the tallest building downtown.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
I want to be able to see it from the moon.
Are you going to need a wheelbarrow for his,
Do you want to make it with oversized balls?
Yes.
I don't care. Leave it
would
up to
think
the
so.
artist's interpretation.
Now that would be Detroit right there. That'd be more iconic
What if
than
just
the fist.
what if the oversized balls that sat in the wheelbarrow glowed Honolulu blue?
Oh God!
One silver, one blue.
Blue would
But
be.
they won't be blue anymore.
It'll be like the Sphere in Vegas, but different.
Yeah, but different. People are not. I do feel
so many
like
selfies you take it with Dan Campbell's balls.
I do feel like there is some revived spirit coming out of the people today. A day later, 2 days later, no, you don't feel any revived spirit. People picking themselves up.
I don't care to feel it. Like
Okay.
if people want to exist in hopium and copium, they can. My hope will be dictated by the product on the field.
So, Mike, let
I
me
need
ask
to
you
see
this.
what the next 3 weeks look
I
like.
like opium.
Let's say you get the 1 seed. Let's say, I don't know, Minnesota trips up against Green Bay next week, right?
Okay.
So you get the 1 seed and Philly trips up this week against Washington.
Okay. All right.
And you get LA in the divisional, and then you get let's say Philly in the NFC title game.
Yeah.
Would they win both those games in your mind? Could they win both those games?
Could, yes, would, no.
Depends on the health of Jalen Hurts and everybody else. Right?
Now we're going to be spite rooting against other teams.
Hey, somebody did it to the Lions.
We've already been doing that. I mean, let's be honest.
Somebody must have done
I'm
something.
not mad about it. Lion fans have a right to root for whatever they want to root for based on what's happened to this team. The football gods really screwed this up.
Dude, it is amazing, though. And it curse, SOL, whatever you want to call it, it's wild.
Yeah.
Don't
Not
say
only are there
SOL
injuries,
anything.
we'll get into that later, but not only are there so many injuries, but do you realize last year when the Niners got the 1 seed, what do you think their record was?
I know. This is a historical
We're 12
season.
and 5.
I know. Listen, I know.
Insane.
Listen, I'm not going to
These
make
two are-
any brash predictions about falling apart. I will make one, though. I think the Lions are going to light up the Bears this weekend.
Me too. I think the Bears have quit.
Absolutely. It's the greatest matchup for Detroit.
And
yes.
it's not usually the greatest matchup. And I do think the Lions will be out to make a statement, as Campbell sort of laid it out
If they
today.
don't light the Bears up, if they don't play an impressive game, if they don't win this thing, we're like, hey, maybe the Bears score late to make it look pretty. But if they don't play really well, I do think that's a red flag. The Bears have quit.
Yeah, fair enough.
So go
that
out
would
there
be.
and show up.
Well, I think
we're
get
going to
two
talk
gimmies.
about it all week.
Yep.
All right. And by the way, guys, I know if you're heading down to LCA, big night for Rico, as his crested quarter zip is raised to the rafters. It's Founders Night at LCA.
Is it really?
Mike, Michigan State minus 16. Who are you going with? Go ahead.
I don't care. I will talk
Thank you for
to
playing
everybody
along.
tomorrow.
Oh, did he say
Goodbye,
Campy?
buddy.
I think he said
Campies?
Campy. He loves
Yeah.
Campy.